to get us into the game and start our music up again so that we have something other than silence. But we're picking up where we left off with Farm Sim 25. For those who missed the stream yesterday, we are in the harvest season for all of our rice. We did get almost all of our rice harvested yesterday at the end of stream, so you'll see like the 3 fields I got over there are all harvested. What ultimately happened was I had a hard crash on my computer like right at the end of stream. And it was complaining about a driver mismatch kind of thing. So I don't think it had to do with the game. I did check my drivers and update everything, but the good news is, if I remember where the stream ended with the crash yesterday, I believe I was on this same second headrow. I was just a little bit farther up. So it doesn't even look like I lost a full minute of time, which is pretty dang good. So we're lowered, we're all done with that. Weirdly, I'm shifted slightly over, but that's fine. But yeah, so for those who don't know what's been going on in the Farm Sim run, we've been starting this challenge where basically we start with $0. I'm not allowed to take loans or leases and building up from there. And with all that said, we started out with getting like a bunch of contracts, getting just enough equipment to get rice going, and we've been building up from there. I am doing contracts in between, like harvest and all that. But the other thing I'm doing is working on the temple, which is just a special project on this map that is kind of like you get to slowly build up this building by delivering goods to it, and little by little it grows. And it's just kind of this cool like community project for the map. Just trying to not destroy more crops than I need to. Yeah, it looks like something happened where my field is slightly different lineup on the harvester. Like the hedgerows got recalculated or something. So I'm only getting like half harvests on these two, but that's okay. It'll be one lap that we don't get the full amount. I'm not gonna fight with it because if I fight with it, I'll have to fight with it for every single step. But with that said, as far as the temple goes, I think we're on phase 12 now. Going into phase 13, which I didn't expect there to be nearly that many phases, but it makes sense of what, because like with the dare drop, what's happening is if I accomplish where we build the temple, I'll get 2 keys for the game to give out to the community. We've already given out 2 keys for 2 of our other objectives. I'm still waiting on verification on that 3rd one, which now I mentioned I did not check before stream, so let me go ahead and check that. But then we can also get, if I hit $1 million in the game as well, that'd be a 3rd key. But basically it lets me give out, you know, copies of the game on Steam and the DLC to go with it. Which I did notice that, some of them were including like the gold edition or whatever DLC, and some of them were including the McDon whatever. I don't know why. I honestly, for me with the DLC, I'm not super worried about one way or the other. Like to me the big thing, if I were to be given it, would be the fact that you're getting the full game for the amazingly expensive price of absolutely free. But I'll check if I have a key available to give it out today, but I don't think we do. Let's see. My profile. Yeah, so it's still saying in review. That's fine. But yeah, so the two last objectives I have is hit $1 million in game, and then the other one is to build the temple. I have been warned that the temple is a pretty significant project, which I would believe considering we're 5 years into this run, like in game time. And on those 5 years into the run, we have not been entirely like perfect about the efficiency. There are definitely months we could have gotten stuff done that we didn't. But we've been relatively good. But yeah, and for those who are watching Astroneer, that'll probably be back, again, not tomorrow. Well, it depends. I know it'll be back on Saturday. But if I do an extra stream either tomorrow or Friday, we'll probably pop back into that. And I'll see what people think about that. And I also totally understand for, you know, people who like, oh, well, us here for Astroneer, you're not doing that. I'm outie. That's fair. Just the same, I'll have people who pop in here because I am playing Farm Sim that, you know, Aston here isn't their jam. But it has been one of those things that I've found over the years streaming that my streams that do like the half and half tend to generally perform better than when I do one game for like the 9 straight hours, or it used to be 11 straight hours. Which makes sense. People kind of get, you know, they get tired. They want fresh content. It's a nice way of balancing it out. It also helps me avoid being in the situation where I only ever play the same game all the time. And at some point in the near future, I'll give, once the servers settle down, I might try and give the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 a go. I did get a key for it, but like yesterday, I wasn't even able to download the game because the servers were just non-functional all day. And I understand the servers are in better shape today, but still pretty terrible. To such a point that Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 has replaced Overwatch 2 for the lowest rated AAA game on Steam ever. Just because it's had such a sour launch. I think one of the things that's also causing it to get reviewed so harshly is, what was it like? Because I was given a key. Isn't it something like $80 or something like that? Or like maybe it's the gold edition is like $80 or something like that, which is pretty steep. And if you're gonna pay that much of a premium, you expect that crap to work. So hopefully they get resolved. And also a lot of people are upset because technically with the way the installer works, you are running the game while it's installing, or where Steam has its policy where you can refund something after 2 hours. A lot of people, it took them longer to 2 hours to install, but that is while the game is running, so it counted against that, which I don't believe was a deliberate or malicious decision. It's just kind of the way it works. And so hopefully I would actually, you know, I would definitely want Steam to, you know, offer a refund longer than that. Hey, Ramen Ren, how's it going? On your 15 streams, where you catch the last 15 streams, not miss a single one, so thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. Yeah, so hopefully they get all that sorted out. Because it is a bummer, since Microsoft Flight Sim does a lot of tech that no one else does, and a lot of it's really cool stuff. Because like if we think about other games that have similar prospects, you have like American Truck Simulator where you plot, you know, you drive all over the U.S., or Euro Truck Simulator where you drive all over Europe. But they're handcrafted maps, and they only cover the areas they cover. But the magic of Microsoft Flight Simulator is it does go and take actual map data and populate literally everywhere. And they do have some that are handcrafted, like major locations like the Eiffel Tower in Paris and that immediately surrounding area, or downtown New York, or those kind of places that are handcrafted. Whereas, you know, your little town with like 2,000 residents isn't gonna get handcrafted. But with the generation they do using the map data, it's pretty good. Like, it's not like you're gonna go down the street and be like, oh my god, it's home. You're gonna be like, okay, like, I see this definitely looks about right. You know, that building's not quite right, you know, and that kind of thing. But, like, if you showed me this, I'd be like, huh, what happened to my hometown? Like, it looks very similar, but it's not quite right. I mean, it's not gonna have the level of realism where you're gonna look at it and be like, oh, that's real life. But you're gonna be like, oh, this is clearly, like, someone added my town to the game, but they got a couple details wrong. You know, you're not going to be able to go up and see, like, the signs in the front of buildings and that be accurate. But, yeah, it's cool tech. Because, I mean, that was kind of the fun when I messed with Microsoft Flight Simulator when it came out. Like, the last version, the 2000 version or whatever it was. The 20, I don't remember what the number was. But the last version. That was the thing that really impressed me with it, was just kind of going around to different places I had been in the world and being like, how accurate is this? And it genuinely left me pretty impressed. That the only building I felt it did a really bad job of was there was a The high school I went to was just a very weirdly shaped building. It was kind of shaped like an L. And just the nature of it, there wasn't really any good satellite photos of it. And so it made the building roughly correct. But it was just one of those things you looked at and like, okay, like, if someone showed me the two buildings that, like, you know, you put me there and I'm like, oh, well, I can tell that's supposed to be the high school and it's, you know, it's close. But if you told me that someone added my high school and they showed me that picture, I'd be like, well, they didn't do a good job. But considering it was just looking at map data and then spitting it out, it was pretty good. That'll be good stuff. I do hope everyone's been enjoying Farm Sim. I've been enjoying getting back into it. We used to do tons of Farm Sim on the channel in the past. Like Farm Sim 22, we did the Survivor Man challenge, and I had a lot of fun doing that. We also did Silver Run Mountain, just doing like... We were taking the forest and we were converting it into farmland, which in practice was me doing a ridiculous amount of lumberjacking, and occasionally I would work on a farm just a little bit. And let's see here, because I'm also sitting here thinking, going, did I check on the mod stuff? I've been trying to keep an eye on the mods, and they're slowly trickling out as the game has released. And I'm waiting to see when we start seeing the map mod show up, because I understand the map editor, from what I've been told secondhand, is not available yet. Just the old map editor won't work on the new engine because it's a massive update to the engine. Yeah, no new maps. Okay. And I will not worry about the others. Cool. Yeah, so no new maps showing up quite yet. That'll be the thing, is I imagine that editor's going to drop and a bunch of people are going to import their old maps and then do whatever change they got to do to make it work with the new engine. And then we're going to see a whole lot of custom maps roll in. And a lot of them will probably be taking the old maps and just... Again, I'm sorry, I just want to get that little bit there. It probably doesn't matter, but... A lot of it will be just taking those old maps and... you know, updating them, giving them a spit polish, get them working on the new engine. I imagine a lot of it will be straightforward. It might just be things like with the water physics changing. I could certainly see there being problems that have to clean up. I'm guessing when I drove away from the field, it redid the calculation of where the rows were and put us back onto what we were before. Which is why I've got this little row here that we've missed. It's fine, I'll deal with it in a minute. But yeah, so that should be good times. Because the thing I've kept telling people is I really, like, I'm going to keep going with all this until we get the temple and the $1 million it'll, you know, be give or take. But once we get a Survivor Man style map, I'm going to want to move over to that. And I'm really hoping I can get something along that lines that is not No Man's Land. Because No Man's Land is a really, really good map that if you haven't tried in versions past, it is kind of your clean slate, make what you want of it map. And I really like it, but I've also done a ton of it. And I just want other options. So, like, the last version, the three big maps I did is I did No Man's Land was the one I did the most. I did Silver Run a lot, and I did Calm Lands quite a bit. I wouldn't be as against doing Calm Lands again because I did that one for YouTube videos, not for on stream. And I liked that one a lot by comparison to No Man's Land, primarily because it was more like rolling hills. And it's not that No Man's Land was by any means flat, but between the two it was flatter. And I know I also looked at, there was a map by I think it was by the same person who made No Man's Land that was like of Texas. And I remember I looked at that map and was immediately like, no, this isn't for me. That it was a very, very, very absolutely flat map, which is what people wanted. Like, there was a lot of people, that's what they wanted. They didn't want to fight with the elevation when putting down buildings and all that, which is totally fair. But for me, just having a 100% flat, mostly empty map was really not interesting. Versus, I like to make some fields that are rectangular, some fields that are all sorts of different shapes. You know, versus having like a perfect grid out map to have like the maximum efficiency rectangular field, yada yada yada. But that's the good thing, is everyone can play the game however they want, all be different, it's all good news. And the good news is this is also our last field that we needed to harvest the rice for. And what we're doing with our rice is we're taking this over to our preserves building and having them turned into rice rolls, and then we're selling the rice rolls. We are also stockpiling all of our greenhouse goods now, because we have the medium mushroom one that we got for buying that new plot of land. I did buy a large greenhouse as well early on, to give us a bunch of stuff that we're turning a bunch of the stuff into kimchi. And what we're not turning into kimchi, we are selling just as their crops. We're going to sell all that in January because that's usually about the best month to do so. Alright, and this will be the one that we'll do this spot, go over. But yeah, I also did, I mentioned this I mentioned it on stream yesterday. I did a bunch of work off stream to try and calculate what crops were the most profitable and all that. And this doesn't consider, like, how fun the crop is or anything like that. It's just raw, you know, to do a round of the crop, it's X dollars in for, you know, seeds and fuel and maintenance and all that to get Y dollars out, selling it like it's absolutely top. And that's with like rolling and fertilizing and liming and every step you can do along the way. And I did put the list in Discord of what I came up with. I did round to the nearest 100 for all the crops, because just with all the variables in the game that can affect everything, going past that 100 mark becomes pretty irrelevant, because you're going to have stuff like, oh, this year the dice roll was a little bit more generous for the crop, so you actually got a little bit more than you were anticipated. This year the dice roll for the price of the crop was a little bit worse, so you got a little bit less, you know, yada yada. All that's going to play a factor. So effectively I normalize the data, but with the end result there being the sugar beets, not super surprising, are the single most profitable crop. They're also an extremely laborious crop, so a lot of people don't like them. Spinach was second, third was potatoes, and then at the absolute very bottom was grapes and olives. Unfortunately, we also had some of, like, I think it's kind of deliberate that near the bottom were a lot of like the grains and all that, and canola and all that were super low to the bottom. Like, canola was the third lowest. But I think the idea is those all have some pretty good production lines to them. So while selling the crop as a raw crop is just absolutely terrible money by comparison to the other crop, you'll still make a profit, for the record. I think the idea is that they make up for it by the fact that you can go in and say, okay, well, here's my oats. I put them into the flour mill to make flour, and I can turn the flour into bread, so you get those 2 layers of production lines to, you know, go 1.5 the oats value, and then after all that, it, you know, it still puts it kind of as an average or so value crop. I haven't done all the numbers on the production lines, nor do I honestly plan to. It's just, honestly, what I did was already a lot of work. But yeah, so we'll get that all sorted out. But yeah, we do have that list on the Farm Sim channel on the Discord for anyone who's looking for that kind of information. It does factor in, like I said, all your expenses and then your revenue if you sell at peak. Okay, and this should be the last load here. And just double checking, we should be nowhere near filling that thing up. I'm actually kind of surprised how ridiculous, like, this preserved food thing is kind of weird. In that was weird that it showed us full and then it's teleported down. Yeah, so I can carry 24,000 of this, yet I can't even carry a full pallet of the stuff for the kimchi. It definitely feels like the game could use a little bit of a tweak on some of those numbers. Like, I'd like every single good to be able to take at least one full pallet worth. Just so you don't do the thing where you put in a pallet that's 1,000 liters and then just 520 liters of it just vaporizes instantly because there was no room for it. Alright. Get a last little bit here. After that, it'd be time to cultivate the fields. And then we could top off our greenhouses, get all that sorted out. And then basically, since we're going into winter, there's not going to be very many contracts for me to do. So it's mostly going to be keeping an eye on the temple. Refilling stuff like making sure our lumber is topped off, that kind of nonsense. And just keeping that going until we get back towards not quite spring, to get all our stuff replanted and all that. Around then is when the contracts will pick back up to getting better contracts, and we get like the wood carrying contract that can be pretty lucrative. Like once you get the hand of the arm and make sure your mouse sensor is high enough that it doesn't take forever. The wood contract can be pretty solid. But generally the winters are just advance a day, advance a day, advance a day, okay, sell a bunch of stuff. When were my rice rolls best price? January. Okay, so they just get sold in January as well. I've noticed so far, and it might just be the products I'm doing, it felt like in Farm Sim 22 that the price difference between selling at like peak market and at bottom, the difference was far more significant. I want to also check the kimchi again. I know I check this like every single time. Yeah, so January is the worst time for the kimchi. So we sell the kimchi in December, we sell everything else in January. And the logs were just dropping off of the, like any lumber stuff were just dropping off the temple as able to just keep all of that supplying. So I don't have to worry about it. Alright, so let's clean up this last little bit. Oh, and we've got honey. We're not going to get any meaningful amount of honey in any meaningful amount of time. But I'll just let that sit there and collect for right now until we get a decent amount, and then we'll just sell it. It does make me wonder if we get the cereal factory later, and I feed the rice into the cereal factory and the honey into the cereal factory, if that'll be any good. Alright. So I can clean up this edge, and I got that little spot there and that edge, and then that'll be all our rice harvested. I don't remember. Do we have anything that's good on sale? Forger wagon. Oh yeah, no, I looked at that as like, oh yeah, the forage wagon. If we were to go into grass, that'd be a good one, but I don't intend on doing that anytime soon. Not that I'm be against it or anything. Very genuinely, silage is usually one of the best money makers in Farm Sim. Which wouldn't be the forager wagon, you'd want a bale wrapper. Like a baler and a wrapper. But that could be your first step, is to get yourself the what you need to mow and then get the forage wagon to sell. but I have no intention of doing that in the short term. I'd rather continue branching out into more and more actual crops and going from there and figuring out what's next. Which I haven't fully established what crop we're doing next. My intention right now for how to grow the farm is I could see buying one more section of land and maybe chucking one more rice field down. Because I think that's about what I can get away with before the greenhouse starts being a limiter. And then also the idea being eventually where I have those tiny little rice fields that the map started with, getting rid of those and making those into places I'd put the production buildings. Alright, so that field's all harvested, which is the last of our rice, so that's good news. So that's one thing. But the other thing is saving up money and trying to catch those sales where we can get used equipment on the cheap. And just starting to fill out what I would need to do any field that's not rice. So, you know, we already have the cultivator. But getting, you know, a fertilizing, like something to put down fertilizer, something to deal with weeds. We would need some type of seeder or planter. Probably need some kind of harvester. And I think ultimately the harvester is going to be like the big one to buy to make that work. Like I'll grab the general stuff. But the moment it comes down to time to get like the seeder, I'm probably going to wait for the harvester to happen first. Just because the harvester is a much more expensive item, that catching it on sale will be way more impactful. And then filling in the seeder, if I have to buy the seeder new, is not as bad. Alright, so with that, we've got all our rice put away. We can go park this up. Cool. I've got our truck over here. Where were we at with our temple? We already have all the goods at the temple. We're just waiting for it to process. Yep, and you're over here because we had just loaded up the, load things up the last time. So I need to get this back home because I need it to recultivate those fields. And so we should have probably 2 in-game days till this stage of the temple is done. Like, I've already got the stuff there, I just have to wait for it to process. So run this over. Switch over to the cultivator, get working on the cultivator. And one of the things I might do is once we get to the big field and it's got the cultivator on there, I might mute my microphone for just a minute, eat a little bit of my dinner here real fast. Like, no big deal and all that. Try and catch it before it's cold. I am surprised how fast time went by with Astroneer. I was sitting there playing, it's like, okay, so I probably got an hour or two left before farms, and it's like, oh, no I don't. It's actually time I'm supposed to switch. Which, for the record, I know I have, like, the ad marker, that's just because of dare drops. Which I just realized I'm supposed to have this. Pin to the top. There we go. I know, I'm making a mess of things. As long as I don't go in the water, I don't care. Okay. And I missed your comment. You're back in Germany after vacation to Japan. This game makes you want to go back already? Yeah. How's it going, Ryoko Shot TV? I still haven't been to Japan. That was something me and Toom were planning to do, like, right before the pandemic kicked off. So it's kind of a bummer that's just like bad timing. Like we hadn't gotten all of our plans in place. We were like doing our research, getting all that sorted out, and getting ready to make those plans. And then everything escalated. And then it was just kind of like, it wasn't even a matter if we wanted to or not, which granted, with what's going on and both of us having immunocompromised family, we wouldn't have gone. But it was also, you know, travel-wise, Japan was like, no. No. We're closed. Which was fair. Alright. Yeah, and the other thing we can do here is, once we've got these cultivated, and I can drive through there now right now. I can drive through here now because there's no crops to destroy. Once we got all these cultivated, I can work on filling up my greenhouses. I can make sure our sawmill is all topped off. And all that good stuff. I don't think I actually have a particular priority on the other tools. I think I am going to be just playing the sales to try and get away with doing stuff on the cheap. Alright. Yeah, so a little ridge on the edge takes a little bit to get over, because technically we don't have quite enough horsepower for what this calls for, which has proven to be a pretty big problem when I'm doing a field that's got a decent incline. But otherwise it's been pretty mild of a problem. You know, have to clean up those corners at the end, that's fine. But having this be a much larger one does let me get through these fields relatively quickly. One thing that might be able to actually help me with my stuff here is getting the stone picker at some point. Because that's something I've just not been bothering with at all. But that's also because I don't have the equipment of all the things I need. The stone picker's pretty mild on the list of important. Okay. Okay. I was just checking to see if it was going to say needs plowing. I can't remember how often fields will be labeled needs plowing. I also don't know if that's the same for rice. But you will have the fields where it'll be like needs plowing, and you can choose not to, but I think it's like a minus 10% yield penalty, which is not insignificant. I hope we don't have that soon, because I do have a plow, but it's a small, crappy one. So that is an issue. Okay, so you got that one spot in the corner over there and right in front of the pump. And it looks like one spot over on the edge of the field there. And then with that, this will be this field cleared up. Then get our other small fields knocked out real fast, and we'll have just the one. I say it's a big field. It's still not quite an acre. So as far as fields goes, it's a very small field. It just, comparatively speaking, these fields are microscopic. But yeah, so these will end up becoming a production line area eventually, whether it's, you know, related to animals or what. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go ahead and flood this field because I've been using it as a water source for topping off my trailer. Just because where we're at in the map, it's really easy for me to go hit a river. It's just a very long drive. And rather than just driving that whole distance back and forth again and again, which is not particularly entertaining, I've just been filling up over there. If I didn't have the availability of the river on the map, I wouldn't allow myself to take advantage of the free water from doing that. But since I can already get free water, I don't see it as like achieving the challenge or kind of thing. I'm just saving time by doing it this way as opposed to going across the entire map to the river. Or going across the ocean or whatever that body of water is supposed to be. Okay. Yeah, we have to do plenty of cleanup on this one. Because part of it is because these rock faces and everything all at the edge. There's just not much room to maneuver here. Yeah, we have lots of cleanup. It's fine. It's such a small field, I can knock it out super fast. Okay, so let's get this little corner here. Get you. Get this corner. Clean this up, get those last little spots there, get that our corner, and then this field's done. Okay. How was Astroneers? It was good. We made decent progress. I did unlock 2 of the giant octahedron things, hexagon things, whatever they are. The things that give you fast travel. We got a lot of stuff set up. We didn't reach the DLC content being available. I don't... Like, it's got the quest name that's like, you can't access the DLC until you do this quest. I don't know if the quest for that is, like, the end game quest, or if it's, like, some milestone of reaching in our planet or whatever. But I think it's fine to just go through the not DLC part as well, just because, I mean, when was Astroneer dropped into release? Like, 5 years ago? Something like that? And it's had a couple of updates since then. But to my knowledge, they've not been, like, sweeping big content updates in the sense of, like, additional story or anything like that. They've been like, hey, we expanded automation, or hey, we added this extra thing. So we'll see. So, like, for the record, I enjoyed it. Good time. Had a relatively good turnout. It was a little slow burn, but that's just probably because it's a Wednesday more than anything. Before things picked up. It definitely wasn't in that range of numbers where, like, you're looking at the number of viewers and going, oh, this is bad. It didn't set off any alarms or anything. I guess it's beaching. Yeah, it's a good time. And also, Randall Thor on their 15 stream streak. Catch the last 15 streams, not miss a single one. So thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. Not only that you come back again and again, but you're here all the time. And as always, like, that's not like, oh, you can't make it here every time. Filthy casual viewers. No, I'm teasing. It's just, you know, it does mean a lot. Like, that people, you know, have the time and that, you know, they keep coming back again and again. That does mean something. Yeah, so I'm beaching just a little bit on the lip there. I do wonder if you have your rice field and I were to go up to the edges and I were to do the thing where you terrain smooth along the edges, would it take the lip of the rice field down, i.e. causing tons of problems, or would it bring the surrounding area up to make it a ramp? Because if it was up to make a ramp, I think that would be excellent. Which is what I'm hoping it will do. I'm kind of hoping terrain-wise the rice field's kind of locked in. And that you can't, like, mess it up with the terrain manipulation. Alright. Let's get this last little corner cleaned up. Okay. So that's that field done. So now we got our last field over here, which is our big field. Let's get that one in. Because very genuinely, this big field over here is about twice the size of my next largest field. Pretty close to. It's not technically twice the size, but it's just the tiniest bit shy. So I want to say it's like 0.99 or 0.96 or whatever, and then my largest field is just a bit shy of, I think, 0.6 or something like that. Alright. Just get right over that little ridge. Let's see. Ashen Year's December 2016. It's on 67% discount on Steam with the DLC. Pick it up right now. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, so the catch is, I think 2016 was its early access release. And I want to say its full release was something, like I said, somewhere in the ballpark of around 5 years ago. Is when it went from early access to fully released. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Like, I want to say the DLC brand new was like $7, $8, $9 or something like that. Like, they're very generous on what they charge for it. Which I think was deliberate because I'm willing to bet they realized they haven't done anything with the game in a long time. And so a lot of people, it just wasn't on their radar. So heavily discounting it to kind of get more eyeballs on it seems like the right play at that point. Whereas I think they could have gotten away with charging quite a bit more if they had, you know, dropped it really closely. I'm so glad they got rid of the windstorms from early access. I don't remember those. I didn't play super much in the early access, because that was around the time I started burning out on early access. Where it's like, you know, you'd play the games in early access and just again and again you'd be like, you know what, I just want to play it when it's done. Like, I vaguely remember something about Storms, but I think it's one of those things I played just a couple little bit while I was in that version, so I just don't have much of memories of it. I'm gonna take a moment, we're gonna mute my my sound here for just a moment. Not my sound, my microphone for just a minute. And get a little bit of my dinner eaten here real fast. This is the one downside. As a cultivator, It's not usually a problem. It's so fast it doesn't give me much of a break time. All right, I'll be right back. All right, there, I got the main portion done. So I do appreciate the patience. Because it was a very good early access title, but the storms were very challenging to deal with. Basically, you had to be ready to dig yourself a shelter at a moment's notice. And anything that wasn't snapped onto a platform or storage got blown away. Gotcha. My guess of then why it probably existed as a mechanic in the game was that was their cleanup. Because that's a common problem with a lot of those games, trying to get more and more and more, is eventually the whole game starts just chugging because of how many objects you have in your world. So it wouldn't surprise me if the reason why that existed was entirely to just go through and be like, okay, get all the junk that's just laying on the ground and just blow it away to effectively delete it from your world. But yeah, no, that'd be very unsatisfying, especially with, early on, it's a little tricky to get a hold of a meaningful amount of storage and all that. Like, the game really becomes a lot easier to deal with once you get the storage containers, because you can do that thing where you put the large storage container on the middle, and then, like, the little flat storage things, and you just chuck the stuff in the flat storage thing, and it just sucks it into the container. And then when you need it, you just reverse the storage on what it's doing, and it puts it right back out onto a storage. I remember putting a lot of time into all that. All right, so we're just gonna go ahead and repair the tractor. It's getting a little roughed up here. Go ahead and patch it up real fast. So I want to repair it, so that's $1,400 and our $600, so about $2,000 worth of repairs. And no, I do not repaint the tractor. I really like the aesthetic of the tools being heavily used and worked with and all that. It just gives stuff more character. Hey, I hope things are good over there in Cambodia. Alright, so you can go ahead and do that. Let's check real fast on the contracts. I'm not expecting there to be much I care about right now. Actually, there might be. It's usually one of the better contract months. It's like right around the fall in the game that you tend to get so many good contracts. Yeah, there's a lot of contracts we're going to want to take a peek at. I saw there's a weeding one for like 5,000. More than likely that would be a good one to grab. Because weeding is pretty fast. The wood transport one I don't care about. The stone picking I don't want to do. Stone picking's pretty slow. Won't worry about plowing or spraying. Some pretty big cotton ones we gotta watch. As he's watching Drongo and Drongo things at the end of the stream, you may know how much he can push the game. Do you mean with like the physics and all that, where he was like doing this curse stuff where he would detach the wheels from under the semi and get it stuck underneath the what was it, the ferry? I was watching half the stuff he's doing to that ferry and I'm like, yep, the physics engine does not like what's happening here. I have a question about basic mowers. Attached to... that's used for harvesting grass, right? Yeah, so the mower, anything that's called mower is for cutting grass. Okay. Right, so I needed to fill up water. I was like, what was I working on as well? Yeah, so let's fill up the water on stuff. Yeah, and I was watching half of the stuff he was doing with the ferry. And... the game was trying real hard. Yeah, what vehicle do you attach it to? Oh, here, I can show you. Yeah, so if you look at your attachments, so you go down here to the grass care. Where are you at? Grass care. So you have the mowers. So one of the things you can do is you can always go down to here where it says combinations. Well, that didn't give me the results I expected at all. Hold, please. Let's find a different one. Do they have these all paired up now? I see. That's... why do you keep clicking out of the window? Yeah, so these are actually mower not mower. These actually attach onto your tractor. So when you look at your tractor, like these will be front attachments, those are back, that's a back attachment, that's a back attachment. Front, actually, those might both be back. It used to be a click combinations and it would show you the tractor. But yeah, the big important thing is any tractor could take these. The thing to watch is... oh yeah, this is doing the weird thing where the mouse doesn't line up. Yeah, where it says right there, 60 horsepower, that's the minimum required for it to run properly. You can get away with a little under that, so you have like 110 here, 100 there. It's not a cumulative thing where if that's 110 and that's 100, you need 210, that's just, you need 110. But yeah, so if you go and grab those, you can just go back to the tractors. And any tractor here that has enough horsepower will work. So like this one's a 75 horsepower. That won't be enough to run those ones that require 110, but it will run some of the other ones. Whereas this one, if you get the, this is like the base model, that's with the upgraded engine. The upgraded engine would be enough. So you get the idea. Any tractors will do it. That's true of pretty much almost all the stuff you see. Like all of that is tractor attachments. Those are all tractor attachments. These are all tractor attachments. Actually, some of those will be semi-trucks, but tractor attachments. The harvester is its own set. These are all tractor attachments. Those will be all tractor attachments. There's most of the stuff you'll see in here will be tractor attachments. I imagine if we go to the headers here and choose combination, yeah. So the headers on these will tell you combinations, what vehicle it goes to. and you can mix and match. But yeah, you're just looking for a tractor. For the mowing stuff, you usually just get an okay-ish, like an okay to good-ish small tractor, and that's all you need. You don't need anything too fancy for cutting grass. But yeah, did that answer your question? That said, if you're sitting there and you got a mower that's like 600 horsepower and you slap it on it, it'll work fine. It'll be a little less gas efficient, but it's not one of those things that will like absolutely decimate your money or anything like that. You can run things where they're not that gas efficient or whatever, and it's fine. That's it. Yeah, thanks. You have a tractor for the starting farm. Also, do you have to fertilize or do anything to grass to or lime it? So if you make a field and you grow grass in it, it'll show you like what its fertilization percentage and all that kind of stuff. You'll get higher yield if you do what it tells you, but it's also those things that you'll still get grass. It's not like if you forget to lime, it's like a 10% penalty. If you forget to fertilize, you know, you won't get the full amount you can, but it's not like the crops die. The only things that kill your crops in this game are if you drive over your crops and you have crop destruction go on, you can destroy the crops that you're driving over. Grass is not one of those ones that suffers from that, though. That'd be other crops. I mean, also, if you like, obviously, if you plow up your crops, you kill your crops. But then other crops that are seasonal, once you get past the harvest season, they'll wither. But again, doesn't apply to grass. That's one of the advantages of grass, is 90% of things you can do wrong don't apply to grass. But I usually haven't, like, in the times I've messed with grass, I haven't really bothered liming it or putting a lot of effort into it. I mostly just, like, mow what I've got, but that's because usually I focus on other crops, and then grass might be something I just do as filler for animal feed and such. But there's good money to be made in the grass. You can do what's called silage, which is where you get the grass and then you wrap it in a bale so that it can ferment. And if you do that, it can be pretty good money. Pretty good money that's, like, pretty hard to mess up. Alright, so just topping off our greenhouse water real fast. The big thing is if you're just like mowing the lawn, like you don't have an actual dedicated field to it, it won't give you... Actually, let me check this because it could be wrong. Yeah, so it won't give me any of the information. So this is grass, I could mow it, but because it's not a field, I don't get information. But then if I ran over to my actual field and I mouse over it, you'll see below me it says like fertilized 50%. It would also say if I need to plow it or anything like that. It'd give me all that information. So if you do make a field and then plant grass in it, you will get all the information. Or if you just plant the grass in an existing field. There's something about, like, in real life, I've taken the time to cultivate this, and now I'm just mucking it up, which is driving through this again. My favorite map? I mean, right now, for the new version, I've really only played this map. We currently only have the 3 maps on Farm Sim 25. So there's not much to draw from. I think Riverbend is a more interesting map. Like this map, there's nothing wrong with it, But it does seem like, as far as the types of contracts you get, there's some contract types I'm not getting on this map that you do get on Riverbend. Like, I'm not getting the grass mowing contracts on this map at all. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So I'd say there's that. It did seem like Riverbend, as far as the map goes, was a bit more interesting looking. It has, like, the ferry and all that. There's no equivalent on this map. But it's not to say that this is a bad map. And then the Eastern European map, I mean, that's neither here nor there for me. It's a fine map. Most likely I'll be more into the modded maps. I tend to do what they refer to as Survivor Man maps. Or Survival Man maps. Like, there was a map called No Man's Land in Farm Sim 22 and in the past. Let's see, what are you doing with the water in the greenhouses? Yeah, so greenhouses are production building. The way production buildings work in this game is they'll have some input and an output. So if I go here, and I check, for example, my rice greenhouse, I input water, and rice saplings come out. The green tarp one, I input water, and these things come out. Medium mushroom one, input water, the mushrooms come out. And then I've got, like, my little preserved food factory where these are the things I can put into it, and these are the things that can come out of it. And so you get the idea. I also need wood. So I'm putting water in to get all my greenhouse goods going. But generally speaking, most of the time, most production buildings, whatever you put into it, you'll usually get about 1.5 times the value out. Give or take a little. There's a bit of wiggle room on that. You need to play stuff anywhere or closer mod? There might already be one. Like the mod hub in the game does slowly populate, but we are getting mods faster than they're showing up there. But you got to go to, it's like FS25 mod hub website or whatever. It's not run by Giant Software, but oh yeah, I forgot. I still got you sitting here. And also, that needs to be on the back of my tractor, not on the front. I don't want to drag a tree in front of me. Okay, so I got this giant monstrosity of a tree to drag out of here. It's 6-something tons of tree. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll roll around it. I'm glad we just finished harvesting this, because getting this around us otherwise would have been a colossal pain. Just... is this even possible in real life? I mean, weight-wise, sure. It would definitely, physics-wise, not just slide across the bottom like that. Like, pulling 6 tons of the big tractor, that's a doable thing. But yeah, no, that would have stuff breaking off of it, or something would give. Broccoli, basically. Now the 200 horsepower tractor, probably not. This might be one of these cases where I actually have to cut a chunk off this tree. That the tree is just too big, that the sawmill doesn't have enough capacity to handle it. There we go. Yeah, so the sawmill doesn't have the capacity for it. What I'm going to try and do here real fast, I'm going to find a spot. Oh, actually. I could detach you. Get you out of the way for a minute. I just need to cut that into not one giant piece. And then part of that should get pulled into the sawmill, and we can just deal with the rest later. Alright, so let's go ahead and find ourselves a spot where I can hopefully cut this, like, down the middle or whatever. And then once we manage to cut this apart, that should pull in half of that tree. And then after a little while, I'll be able to pull in the other half. Cool. Yep, so it's still full, and I still have like 1.3 tons worth of tree laying there. Alright. So I believe that's all the maintenance on my farm stuff sorted out. That all of these should still be running just fine, nothing's full. Oh man, this game is so good. Is your first farm sim? It's addicting? Oh yeah. Farm sim's excellent. What are you? Green beans, man. It's so much money, but the green beans take forever. And that's the real big field. And I told chat to remind me that that field is much bigger than I give it credit for. It takes way longer than I give it credit for. I do think... You get that? So the cotton field that we need to do is 4. You could sometimes get yourself in trouble with cotton field contracts. So I'm going to accept the other one there. And that's because sometimes you get to the point where you don't get a full bale. Wait, that's not a cotton harvester. What am I driving? What is going on right now? Don't tell me what to do. No! Okay, we're fine. We're fine. I misread it. I grabbed the parsnips and the red beets, which are some of the worst crops for harvesting alone in the game. Luckily, we only lost the least money. I looked at that, I was like, cotton, no problem. I don't mind throwing down a cotton one. But then it's like, no, wait a second, hang on. Canola, that's actually a pretty good payment. You don't have to roll, but if you do roll, you'll get about 5% more money. Or 5% more yield. Alright, so good news is we managed to catch that before we got too far. Yeah, technically the only things you have to do for any crop is either cultivate or plow, seed, and harvest. Everything else is optional, but you'll either take like penalties or you'll get more yield doing that. Yeah, no, it's the same thing. As I saw the vehicle, I was like, wait a second, this isn't the cotton harvester. The cotton harvester, it does have like that same kind of starting situation, but the moment you get more than 2 inches into it, it's this really kind of squatty thing. That's where it's like, hang on a second, this isn't right. And then I recognized immediately that it was the root crop, and it's like, no, you can't, don't be. But that's also why they were offering like 18,000, is because dealing with that thing as a solo player is absolutely the worst. Yeah, so I've got a lot of these contracts I could probably knock out relatively quickly. And I can hand the AI over to a lot of them. Oh, right. So the weeding jobs, the AI just won't do for whatever reason. That's totally fine. Not sure why that is, but sometimes the game was rooting for you. It happens. Okay. But yeah, so I got all these really lucrative contracts. We're just trying to knock those out real fast. Get the easy money while there's easy money to get. So that way when we hit the next temple phase, I could just afford to immediately pay to get all the stuff there. The funny thing is, you wrote it correctly the first time, then your still waking brain was like, wait a second, that's not right. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, so we're trying to like double dip and all that in contracts, get those. Because the plan was in my brain, I saw it as 2 cotton fields. I'm like, all right, we'll do the 2 cotton fields. We'll get our bales of cotton. You know, be able to cash this in, probably make, you know, a good, you know, number of $1,000 extra on the contract for selling the stuff anyways. What is the temple? So in Farm Sim 25, all 3 of the new maps, I believe all 3 new maps have a massive project you can work on. For the East Asian map, it is you build a temple. That's like it's a community project that you just give it like the wood and all that to build it. But it is a large scale project that does take a while. But you get paid for your materials and all that. For example, like Riverbend map, you build a museum out of a silo or whatever. And then I don't know what the East Asian one is. Or not East Asian, the Eastern European one. I know people have told me a number of times, and then my brain just blanks it out again. Yeah, exactly. It's the exact same idea as the museum. But we've been working on it. We're like phase 12 or something like that on it. It's really a massive project. Which I think is good. It's good to have something that like you slowly get to see come together, not that you drop off like 2 or 3 payloads and you're done. Because you also get paid better than average for your materials at the temple or whatever your product site is. So yeah, you could just, as long as you're making those goods, you will eventually finish it, and it just means you're making better money on the things you're already making. That said, I'm going out of my way to try and get knocked out. The brain comes in with a built-in spoiler protection. Not sure if that's a blessing or a curse. But yeah, no, we've gotten pretty good. We got like the main building built. We're working on one of the side buildings. We should be wrapping up pretty soon. I'm imagining the next stage is going to ask me for the roof tiles. And then the stage after that will have us working on the next building. But yeah, so we're working on it. We're getting it knocked out. Making our money. Getting that all stuff done. Alright. Yeah, so I mentioned weeding's pretty fast. They're already about half finished. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This isn't even that small of a field. It's not a huge field, but it's one of the... It's probably like middle of the pack for the map. Versus like 77 over there is a really small field. Alright. So I can knock out the weeding. Pretty soon I suspect that harvester will tell me it needs to be emptied out. As much as, like, I was looking at that green bean ones, and every year I look at that green beans contract, like, 18,000, that's so much money. And then we end up spending, like, three in real life hours waiting for that thing to harvest while we're working on other projects. And every year I'm like, remind me this thing is much slower than I always give it credit for. Because the green beans are slow, and I know that. But, like, there's definitely a point where I'm like, hey, I'm willing to put up with a bit of slow for a really big payday. And you go, actually, this is pretty slow. If I would have noticed at the beginning of the day, that actually probably would have been fine to do the green beans right at the beginning, since I was going to have, you know, my 4 rice fields to harvest and cultivate and to top off the water and potentially pick up more contracts. That probably would have been fine and fair, that I would have been able to, you know, wait that out. But now that I've kind of already gotten that far, it's just like, okay, hang on. You took a carrot, picked up carrot harvest once. You quit that almost immediately. Yeah. The root crops really are kind of like, these are meant for multiple people, human people working together. And even then they can be slow, but at least then they do pay well. Okay. So I need to go with you and empty out the harvester. But yeah, trying to do them solo is just frustrating. That and, like, the really small root crop harvester is really a bad time. Yeah, for root you need at least 2, preferably 3. Right, with 3 people, while one's dropping off, you can get the other one lined up and ready to rock and roll. Okay. I do wish, so they have a new UI when you're in the harvester. It'll show you how relatively full the trailer is. I do wish it went the other way as well, that while I'm in the trailer, it would show me how much is left in the harvester. It'd be just a nice thing to be able to have a peek at. Alright, so back to us doing here. What's a cheap way of loading pallets into a truck, or beginning should I just lease a forklift or something? So right now the cheapest I can think is if you already have a tractor, you can buy a forklift attachment for your tractor for about 10,000-11,000. That's what I'm currently doing in this run. I don't remember exactly where it is. I don't remember where it is in all of this stuff, but if you go to buy the brands, it's way by the end here. The WIFO, that's your tie, about 10,000, and it's basically a forklift for your tractor. It's not amazing, like, it doesn't tilt forward and back, it's just straight up and down. But if you're just loading up a truck, it'll do the job for you. And then you won't be out like $50,000 or whatever the forklifts are. Eventually you might want a forklift. Like, I'm doing the temple, so I might want, like I've talked about, if I had just a bunch of extra money, I would just leave a forklift at the warehouse to grab stuff for me. But it's not been that big a deal. I've got a lot of other things that are a higher priority for me before a forklift. But yeah, that's what I'm doing, is I'm just using that to load up my truck. All right. Because you can also use a bucket with it. It's basically a conversion kit from a tractor to a forklift / bucket loader. Gotcha. Well, and some tractors will actually have the front loader arm that you can attach to them, but it's only certain tractors. But if you get that, then you can use any extension that or any attachment that a front loader will take, which does basically give you a lot of options. Here says, yeah, thought about buying a front forklift and leaving at the warehouse was a good idea until you saw the cost of forklifts. Yeah, they're about 55,000, something like that. If you're not playing in the hardest economy settings, that's a pretty easy thing to justify, but we are playing in the hardest economy settings, and so it is very much like I could buy that, or I could buy a weeder, or I could buy a fertilizer thing, or I could buy a seeder. And with all those other options, the forklift just keeps getting knocked down as this is a convenience thing, not a necessity thing, since I have, again, that front-loading forklift thing for my tractor. But yeah, it'd very, very much be one of those things that there's a lot of stuff I could get that'd be very convenient for the run, but they don't help me make money. So those are you know, just things that keep getting kicked down the road until I've got like kind of one of all the things I need to operate. And then even then, a lot of times it'd be like I could buy the forklift for 55,000, or I could buy more land for another farm for more money, and the forklift would still lose. It says, or just go with a trailer and a front loader. Yeah, no, that's the other option. Instead of going at a forklift specifically, you could get like a front loader that you can then put the forklift attachment onto it. It'll do just about as good as a forklift, but then again, as Solab's saying, you can then, you know, get like the bale spikes on it, or the log the log grabber attachment on it, or, you know, the little thing where you can scoop up crop that get on the ground. That, you know, you then have all those options to work with. They can I think they might have a log grinder now. No, I thought they did in 22 that they had a log grinder you could put on a front loader, or maybe that's the skid loader. I think it was actually the skid loader. But you get the idea. You got more options with that. So let's see, if the waifu thing, you can go to the front of your John Deere tractor? Yes. As long as your tractor has like the front attachment things like this one does, then yes. I believe all the John Deeres have a front attachment, but I'm not 100%. There's a couple cheap tractors that don't have a front attachment point. Yeah, this one, yeah, then you're good. Yeah, if you get the front forklift thing and you got that front attachment, you're good. And it will attach on front or back. You can do both. It's just way easier to deal with on the front. Alright, so we're right about to finish this weeding contract. Which is good, because in just a minute here, the harvesting contract's going to fill up its harvester. I'm just trying to knock this last row out. Is the best purchase, in your opinion, is the tractor, the front loader, and front PTO? You can do a buttload of different jobs. Yeah. I generally, because I'm always stuck doing the Like, or not stuck. I'm always doing like the super hard economy survivor man kind of nonsense. Usually, I have to just go with whatever tractor is the cheapest I can get a hold of that's got some okay horsepower. The boat tractors you have gotten so far don't seem to work with any front loaders. You don't have the option to customize one. Yeah, so you have to find... There's only a couple tractors that they do have specifically have a front loader hookup. Otherwise, they won't work for that. Don't make it so it's like 1-2% short. Alright, so let's see if I can't figure out... a row I skipped or something. Oh, I bet you it's right over here where that guy sticks out. Yeah, there's a stripe right over here. 2 of them, actually. Unfortunately, that's full, so I want to definitely go and deal with this, because if I don't, it sits there not doing any of the field the whole time. Which means I'm paying a worker to sit in the cab doing nothing. Yeah, counterweights are just to keep your vehicle from flipping over in the direction that you're putting whatever's heavy on it. So, like, if you put a forklift on the front, you put a weight on the back to keep your vehicle from flipping forward. I haven't been using it, but there's definitely been times where I've been carrying stuff and I've been watching those back wheels bounce up a little bit going, is this the time I've put too much? They can also help with other things when you're working on fields, that you'll run into problems where whatever it is heavy enough that your tires on the opposite side will be like just barely touching the ground. So like if for example this trailer was too heavy, I'll be ever so slightly lifting my front wheels and I'll constantly lose my ability to steer because I'll just lift my front wheels off the ground. It really sucks when it happens. Okay, and these last 2 should wrap it up, and that'll be the weeding done, so we'll get those couple $1,000. The harvesting is coming along really nicely, so we'll get the money from that. Cool, so that's done. Let's turn in that contract. I'm not gonna do that one. Not gonna do that one. Not gonna do spraying, not gonna do the plowing. The hoeing one isn't bad. It's not a lot of money, but super fast. Yeah, that's the green beans. That's the vegetables. That one would be fine, except for the least cost of that equipment eats up the entire profit. That one's super slow. That one's not worth my time. The cultivating one looks pretty okay. It's a big field, but that's also a big cultivator. Bigger than I've got. Alright. And I usually try and focus on contracts that I feel comfortable that if I hand it over to the AI, I know I won't lose money, even if I don't make good money. That way, if I see a more lucrative contract come in, I can deal with that real fast and just hand over the keys to the AI as able. All right. A buck is a buck. Now hand over the rifle. Excuse me? Okay, so it's just over here. Aren't bucks mail dealer as well? Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying. Like in the context, like, what? Alright, so I can drop you off. You'll probably handle that just fine. Is there any other of these we should grab? Not... Like, that's so much money, and it's always tempting. But that's an 18.13 liter or acre field of green beans. And the green beans are just slow. It just is really unfortunate how slow they are. I'll take that one as well. Because that's what I could do really fast for 2,000 extra dollars. Okay. So it looks like it's a small field right over here. Anyone figure out what the hoeing mechanic does? What the hoeing mechanic does wise? It seems to get rid of weeds. As best I could tell, it just gets rid of weeds. It's just another kind of weeder. I don't know if that is the case or it does anything else in the game. But that's been what I've seen it seems to do to me. Alright, so let's go over here. And I'm hoping I will be able to get all of the remaining canola into this trailer and not do a second trip. But then we can go ahead and get that, drop this off. They're hearing weeder does small weeds, hoe does medium weeds, sprayer does everything above medium weeds. Gotcha. Okay. So basically they nerfed the weeder to add another tool. I could have sworn that I saw that there were weeders that did both small and medium. I could be wrong about that. Yeah, because this one only does the small ones. But that does small and medium. Yeah, that one's a small one. Ah, okay. So this one does small and medium, but the other ones are only listing small. Yes, that one's small and medium, and then the other ones are small. But that is, I think, the hoe. Yep. Because remember, we went the route with the sprayer because I needed the fertilizer thing in 22. So I used the sprayer for both the herbicide and the fertilizer. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Where am I taking this, by the way? Is it the elevator? Yes. I think it's that both the weeders and the hoes are under weeder. But I'd still probably want to get like the super large one. And my hope would be we could seed and immediately follow a thing. It's Farm Sim 25. Yeah, we don't have Amazon delivery. No, costs extra. All right. So you can drop this off. You need to pay for the Prime package? Exactly. Farm Sim Prime. Let's see, are chickens good early game? How many chickens are needed to make eggs worth it? So you can literally, I believe, get something like just like 1 or 2 chickens, and they will actually breed and give you more chickens. The big thing is you have to be able to feed them. And you can buy feed, but generally you're probably going to want to have one of the crops they can use for feed, which is, I believe, all grains. And use that. So we'll do the contracts here. You're completed. Collect. Yep, and I'm just going to let you two do your thing. Let's see. That reminds me, are roosters needed for breeding now, or are they still mitosis? I think they're still basically mitosis, that like you just have generic chickens. I don't remember if you actually have to have like that, because that's kind of the same thing that was like with the cows and everything. They wouldn't even bother specifying it. It was just you had 2 cows. And you'd, you know, over time you'd get 3 cows and 4 cows and that stuff. Alright, and then this will finish what it's doing really quick. I wonder, with the weeders again, so you can only go 7 miles an hour with the really big ones. So yeah, so really, the biggest one here is 27 meters wide. But this thing goes basically twice as fast for about half the size, and it does the medium ones. I'd say that with the cows it makes sense. There's a communal bull. With the rooster, just everyone has one. Right, but the whole thing is they don't do all like the logic, like this is all the things required to successfully breed the animals and yada yada. They just kind of hand wave and be like, you've got the animals, you know, with time you get more animals. What are you missing on this field that you're driving on the lap you were already on? Not really seeing that percent go up. But I also know visually, are you just going up and down the same row? What are you doing right now? Oh no, you're lining up to go over the end of the field. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, because I don't know what they have and haven't done, so I'd rather just sit back and let them knock it out versus me driving in circles for 10 minutes trying to find the spot they missed. Okay, and boom. There's a little bit more money. Versus this one, I don't mind taking over. Because it's very obvious where they have and haven't worked. Hopefully finishing the temple is like 250,000 or something. Well, in the total money, it's a heck of a lot of money. It's in like the millions and millions of dollars. But that's not accounting for the fact that I buy the thing and I turn around and I sell it. And so like 90% of the money I recover. I do lose some with each round. But yeah, I lose a lot of it. Because the tutorial sucks. You played 5 hours without knowing there was a left P mode. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's very generally, that is what I'd say one of the biggest negatives of Farming Simulator. For new player experience, the game's teaching you, it just does not teach you anything. It absolutely just goes, here's how you attach something, here's how you detach it, go harvest this field, go plow that field, congratulations, go about your way. And it's fine that it's open-ended in the sense that, like, okay, you know, now figure out what you want to do kind of thing. That part's okay, but it doesn't even teach you how to go through and do a field, like from start to finish. That's what I would like to see them add to the tutorial, is skip what they have now and have them sit down and be like, all right, you know, here we are, kid, you got your brand new field. We want to go ahead and set up here. Like, don't make you draw your own field, because a lot of people don't even enjoy that part. But be like, here's your very first field. Go cultivate your field. Cool. You've cultivated the field. All right, well, now you've cultivated your field. Go, you know, put down the seeds. Seed the field. Cool. You know what, kid? This would benefit from a little bit more fertilizer. We could also roll, and we could also do all these other stuff. But, you know, you get the idea. It just says, like, you could do all these things to give yourself a better yield. We're not going to worry about those, but those are options. And then, you know, do some hand wavy that either at fast forward time, or, you know, if it doesn't fast forward time, then instead, like, they do kind of a, you know, okey doke, being like, well, that field will be ready over there in August, but don't worry, I got this other field over here that's ready right now for you to harvest. And basically, effectively, have you go each step of the way. You also have the PC UI is made for consoles. And what you mean with that? Let's see. Oh, stretch. Just a message I'm gonna deal with later, like fun stuff. Can't hover anything, it's all icon based. Yeah, no, I wish we had, like, you could mouse over stuff. I wish we had, like, on the map that I could say I want to pin that spot right there, and you could just pin it. I wish that when you went to your fields, like with what this is here, it would literally sit there and show you the information. You get mods in Farm Sim 22 that would give you all that field information that says, like, here's the fertilizer, here's the yield bonus, here's all this stuff. But, like, don't make me have to go out of my way for it. Let me just go here and be like, all right, I mouse over this, and it's like, you know, the field has not, like, you can roll the field, it could use a round of fertilizer. Like, basically just list off the things you could do to make it better. You know, maybe you don't know the order of operations, maybe you don't know the most efficient way. That's all fine. Like, that kind of discoverability in the game, I think, is totally fair and reasonable. But just when you're looking at your fields, be like, hey, this field has weeds in it. Deal with it. Precision farming and a better UI. Well, precision farming is when you want to have a lot more involved in that. And all that. You know your own field, you don't have to travel to it. Right, exactly. And I get it, it's like, well, you should know, player. You should remember, I was like, hear me out. In real life, I'm probably going by that field every day to and from my farm. I probably would have a couple more touch points than, you know, I play this, I do half an hour, and then I go and I hit the thing, and then half an hour goes by. Yeah, no, I do agree that with Very Last Sardine, precision farming is definitely something that's like an extra thing. I wouldn't mind it being base game, but like a toggle on base game kind of thing. Okay, so get this area here, then I got that last little bit to cultivate over there. And that'll be the head rows for this one, then we can cultivate that last bit to get like the extra 6,000 or whatever it is. Do you do 1 day per month? Yes, generally I run 1 day per month. Eventually, if you keep going, the farm will get bigger and bigger and bigger. Once the farm gets big enough, that's when you start having to go, okay, do I make my days longer? Do I add more days to the month? That kind of thing. And there are people who prefer doing it other ways. There's no wrong answer on how to play. But for me, I do 1 day per month. And a lot of times I would normally sit at the 5 times speed. For right now, I've been sitting at the 1 time speed just because I kept taking contracts that were very slow for harvesting. And not wanting to get myself in trouble with those, and then I stopped caring. But yeah, generally speaking, 1 day per month is where I start, and I slowly build up from there. Once the farm gets to the point where 1 day per month, I'm trying to rush at full speed to keep up, that I, by myself as a player, cannot really keep up. That's when I would consider adding more days per month. I don't even think I did that last time. I think I just kept slowing down time until it got to real time. Let's see, a quick question. Where do you find the temple? So the temple is over here. So if you look at the map here, that purple icon up there in the top right, up here in the top right, for whatever reason where my mouse is on my screen and where it is on stream are not the same, and I don't know why for this game. So it's right there. That's where the temple is. So if I click on it, it'll say temple, and then you can click on visit or whatever, but you get the idea. So it's basically top right of the map. All right. One moment. Just teasing someone. Well, I guess teasing's the wrong word. But yeah. They just tried to do a log contract, couldn't find the control for the arm for the life of me. Oh, yeah. So one thing to know, and I unfortunately don't have a tractor that has an example equipped right here, is when you look at the control group on the top over there, you'll see like a left mouse button, right mouse button. There is a hold left mouse button that can like raise and lower stuff, or move it forward and back, and then the right mouse button can usually deal with like rotation or whatever. It's that kind of thing with the logging contract. Oh, it's really hard to control. One thing that can help you is turning up your mouse sensitivity. Not for everything. There's like an actual subsection that's like vehicle arm mouse sensitivity or something like that. But yeah, so that's you can turn that sensitivity up. It helps a lot. It is as well as ones that you practice it a little bit and you'll get it down. But like the first couple times you do it, yeah, it's really clumsy and a mess. And that's not any individual player. That is how it is universally for everyone who does it. Because it just takes getting used to, it's like this way is to turn it, that way is forward and back, and then this button, raises and lowers it, and then both buttons at the same time rotates the head and closes the pinchers and all that. The good news is once you start to get that that sorted out and whatnot, that's when things get pretty fun. All that. It's hard to figure out what key bind to change. You hate both mouse buttons at the same time? Yeah. On controller story better? Yeah, that's what I've heard. I had someone the other day who was saying, "Oh no, it's so much worse on controller." I'm like, I'm not like, I can't counter argue because I haven't played on the controller, so I don't genuinely know. But generally speaking, most of the people I've heard is when it comes to controlling the arm, it's much easier on controller. But I don't play on controller, so I just have to go by what others tell me. Because I genuinely use controller for very little in my gaming these days. Like back like, you know, in the days when I played on NES and SNES and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, obviously I used controller. But once I got into PC gaming, about the only games I controller is like the Dark Souls titles and similar games to that. By and large, even most games that people are like, oh no, you really should use a controller. I'm like, nah, man, I haven't used a controller hardly all in ages. So, it's just one of those things. Let's see, if you remember correctly, left stick is the main boom, right stick is the secondary boom, and the triggers are rotation and clamp. That makes sense. Let's see, it just turned December for you. How high will snow get? It's basically a texture on the ground. You can drive through and you'll leave like indentations and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, the snow never gets to the point where it's like your vehicle is getting bogged down or anything, or you're like you can't operate because of the snow. It's mostly cosmetic. Like it will mess with your vehicle's driving ability a little bit, like it's slick kind of thing, but it's mostly cosmetic. Well, yeah, and everyone knows when you plow and you cultivate in the snow, like you're just trying to be Superman, or you're just trying to be oh man, what's Clark Kent's dad's name? Because canonically in Superman, Superman's, you know, adoptive father asks his adopted mother to marry him, and she shoots him down, and he goes and he plows a field in the snow. You know, and eventually they come around, but you get the idea. Jonathan, thank you. Or it may have been Jonathan. It's something like that. It doesn't matter that much. But yeah, I just remember that being like kind of a throwaway line in it, that, you know, they have Clark asking his parents, you know, for romantic advice. And she's like, oh yeah, no, I shot him down. He, like, and you should have seen him, like, plowing the field in the snow. Which is something you don't do, because it just makes the work much harder, and is kind of a waste of time. They also implied that he was doing it maybe without, like, all sorts of fancy equipment, because, you know, little tiny town farm. Doesn't have the real big fancy tractor. I'm not a huge, like, Superman person. I'm actually not huge on any of the superhero stuff, but I've enjoyed it on and off over the years. So, like, even though you ask me Superman questions, I don't remember, like, 99% of it. It's just one of those things that, for whatever reason, stuck. Because such an odd thing to include. You thought that was a euphemism? Nope. Should you just sleep through winter? You have nothing to do? Yeah, you sometimes have months you just don't have stuff to do. Like, you can go and check to see if there's contracts, but usually during the winter, the contracts are pretty sparse. So it is those things, a lot of times you will just be like, okay, that's fine. Just knock it out. So there's another $7,000. Okay, so I'm not doing deadwood, not doing the fertilizer. I don't want to deal with these crops. This one would be fine, except the lease cost eats up all of my revenue, so I'm not going to bother. Same with this one, I would literally lose money if I took that. Plowing is tedious. I'm not going to bother with the spraying. And that I would take if it was the different wood transport. So I think we are at that point where it is time for us to advance the day. and making the money. So yeah, that's a productive day. We made like $20,000-$30,000, and we harvested all 4 of our rice fields. Dropped them all into the preserve thing to make rice rolls, so that way we can do the multiplier money a little bit. So let's check. First of all, is there something I cannot live without on discounts? What are you? You're like... What? Is it like a slurry wagon with a built-in tractor? Is that what I'm looking at here? Because it does slurry. I don't want it. But I haven't seen that before. No, I don't even think it's a spreader. It looks like genuinely it's like a hybrid slurry truck / tractor. And it's got the connection back here that you could put a spreader or whatever on the back of it. That is a very interesting vehicle. I don't want it. And 45% off, it's $260,000 still, which means it's heckin' pricey. AI generated? No. No, there's no AI generation in this. Most of their vehicles are based off actual vehicles, and then sometimes they'll have like an off-brand kind of thing. So they've been here before from a raid, and I believe you saw you on the front page carousel. How's it going? Yeah, I've been on the front page a couple times. It's going pretty good. Yeah, no, it's a tractor designed for dealing with slurry. It's just kind of a mishmash between tractor and slurry tanker. It's kind of cool. You hate how people jump to AI because something looks weird? Yeah, I mean, I get why it happens, but it is... To me, that's actually one of the biggest negatives of generative AI, is that people are making, like, just honest, decent, like, art. And you'll have something like, you'll draw the hands and they don't look quite right, which, for the record, if you've ever done any amount of art, hands suck, feet suck. There is nothing I would rather draw less than hands and feet. How many hours do you have on 22? How many hours do I have on Farming Sim 22? Let's see. It's a decent amount. Farming Simulator 22, about 700. So I didn't have like a ridiculous number of hours, but I do have a pretty decent amount. So the downside of what I got going on here is this is all blocked off. Let's check our production lines. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. These are starting to fill up. You're all fine here. The sawmill is fine. Okay, let's go check on the temple. Okay, so we are on to the next phase. So I need six pallets of beams and 6 pallets of roof tiles. And let's go look at this, because I'm assuming what's going to happen is we built that building in the back there. That's all done. We have been working on this building over here on the right. So with it being both the beams and the roof tiles, I'm assuming it's going to finish the roof. So let's get our tractor here. And we're going to start this by running it the whole way back to our farm and grabbing any and all wood products we have. Oh, I forgot I still have your cruise control turned down, because the last time I rolled out here, I had like something like 10 or 12 pallets worth of lumber on here, which it doesn't matter what the maximum weight load this truck can handle. We were over it. Like, that's one, you put it out and your suspension goes, I'm done. And you feel every single little bit of bump and road because your suspension is fully depressed to its absolute max. And you just hear things bottoming out every single step of the way. All right. Looks like there's some carrot harvesters waiting. That moment when your suspension is suspended. Yeah. I probably should drop by while we're in here and do a quick repair. If I remember correctly, I want to say the truck, the only consequence of not repairing, I think, is just top speed. Does sleeping give you more eggs or anything like that? No. Sleeping just passes time forward. You should be getting roughly the same amount of output from everything, whether or not you sleep. So if in 10 in-game hours, you should have gotten, I don't remember, let's just say it's 10 eggs. I'm sure that's wrong. Like, let's say it's 1 egg an hour. I'm sure that's wrong, but let's just say it is. And you slept for 10 hours, you get 10 eggs. If you sat there and just stood in the world for a solid real-life 10 hours, the game on real time, you'd get 10 eggs. And I'm sure there is someone can sit there and be like, well, actually, it does a calculation with rounding, so technically you'll get 1/1000th of an egg faster if you do it this way. And I'd be like, you know what, buddy? If you gotta make that work to get that 1/1000th of an egg per year, get your extra $2. Look, man, there's better things I can do with my life, like watching paint dry or grass grow. Or literally anything but worrying about 1/1000th of an egg. Okay. So with this, here, $2, leave me alone. Oh man, probably shouldn't say this. I had a similar experience with my parents, like going way back. This is little like 14, 15, 16-year-old, somewhere in that time frame. I don't know the exact age it was, but teenager, young teenager. This is gonna be all up in my way, and I know it. Let me just shove that. Oh, you're make-believe apparently. Nope, now you're not make-believe. What? Come on, man. You're either a rigid object or you're not. But, you know what? I don't care anymore. I'm being spooked. If I come in from the side that's got, like, the leaves, it doesn't seem like it's a rigid object. But if I go in from the other side, it seems like it is, and it's messing with me. But, what I was going to say is, at the time, that was right around the time I started, like, really getting into computers. And so I was running a web server from my home. That was just my old computer shoved, like, was it web server? I was running something. I think it was running a web server. It wasn't even a separate computer. I think it was literally my daily computer. And so I was leaving it running 24/7. And it was kind of one of those things that, I got the whole, hey, like you're running up the power bill, like don't leave your computer running all the time. And I sat down there and I did the calculation based on, it's like, okay, my computer's power supply is this many watts. So if it was running at absolute maximum wattage, it could be up to this much power and all that. And it came out to be like $2-3 or something like that. And I think I gave it to my dad. I think I gave him $5. It said, there, I've covered, or no, I think it was even, I gave him like $15. It said, there, I've covered the next 3 months. It's basically, the bill had gone up, and I had started doing that around the same time. And so it was one of those things that, very understandably, they're like, hey man, you're running this all the time. It's really running the bill up. Without doing calculations, because normally you wouldn't bother. You're like, this behavior has changed, and I have observed a response. Likely these two are related, because 9 out of 10 times, you're going to be right on the money. The behavior that changed gets you the results that changed. But it's just, computers at those point, you'd have your power supply be like 200-300 watts or something like that. Or if you really got splurgy, you might have a 400 watt power supply. Video cards weren't a thing yet. Talking Pentium 1, Pentium 2 kind of days. Maybe Pentium 3, depending on exactly when it was. So computers just did not draw much power. Okay. So there's no other crops we're selling right now. Hey, Pank! Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had a good birthday stream. I need everyone to stop right now. And I know I can't hear you, but I need you to all individually sing happy birthday for Pankraru. I just need you to do that. I won't be able to verify any of it, but I am going to hold you accountable that you do that. But anyway, Pankraru's an absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. I keep wanting to say the stream, which is not correct, but on the platform. So I definitely recommend checking out. Lots of jingly key type of goodness over there. And thank you for the 100. You're supposed to send those to them. But thank you for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate it. But a lot of jingly keys, and what I mean by that is they've got like redeems that you could do the redeem, and it, you know, it plays a sound, it plays video. It's not my birthday. I got a good while till my birthday rolls around. We got a good 5 months, something like that. 5 months, 4 or 5 months, somewhere in that ballpark. So we gotta wait. But it is Pankraru's birthday. You have to think of new goals. Oh right, because you're doing a an actual like streamathon. So I assume by context, your streamathon is not over and you're doing it again tomorrow. Because I think I was hanging out and you were maybe an hour into your streamathon. I could be totally wrong. And you were like, you know, Rual, what the heck do you do when you blow past your goal? It's like, well, first you panic. And then you go, oh God, oh God, oh God. And then you start coming up with ideas off the cuff, most of which are horribly inadvisable. And some that you realize later you can't even do. I did that one. Then I was like, oh yeah, I will do like a karaoke thing. I was like, I must have spent weeks trying to figure.
Randall for 1812 for gifting the sub to Pankraru.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Pankraru. Pankraru, you now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So congratulations there, and for your birthday. But thank you, Randall Thor. I do really appreciate that. Eat an onion. I did that on stream. That one I planned in advance, though. Still ill-advised. For the record, eating raw onion can kind of mess with your gut pretty bad. I was okay, but people were like, no, seriously. Be careful doing that. It's one of those things that, like, it's not that big a deal, but it is one of those things that you do that a lot, it can screw with you. Not that, like, raw onion bad, it's raw onion in the absence of anything that isn't raw onion bad. It's the ratio that's the problem. Okay, I didn't even pay attention to what was in there, so that's fine. Alright, because we need 6 pallets of wooden beams and 6 pallets of tiles, and I'm going to try and do all those in one trip because that's ill-advised, which means we're definitely doing that. But yeah, so again, check out Pankraru. A lot of fun over there. Been doing stuff like Resident Evil. I saw you doing some Left 4 Dead 2 for your streamathon, which was a lot of fun. I have not seen Left 4 Dead 2 in forever, and I definitely played a decent share of that. Yeah, and that's what you're playing when I popped in, is you're doing some Left 4 Dead 2. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely a blast. It's one of those games that a lot of games have tried to hit that same feel. And I haven't really run into any games that have done that formula as well. There's been some that have done pretty okay. Which I can't remember what the name of the game was. But it was the Left 4 Dead 2 devs made a new game. And it was alright. It just didn't hit that same thing. Like, I don't know. It feels like Back 4 Blood. Yeah, Back 4 Blood. Like, it wasn't bad or anything, but it just did not hit as hard. And I don't know why. Like, a lot of times I can look at a game and be like, ah, here's the things that didn't work. And I was like, I don't know, man. It just... The lines didn't hit as well. I don't really have an answer. Like, maybe the extra stuff they added a layer of complexity that actually didn't meaningfully change the game. I really don't have an answer for it. Have to go enter your regeneration bucket. Oh yeah, no, you get your sleep. You're doing a streamathon. Go recover while you have 2 seconds. But thank you again so much for that raid. I really do appreciate that. You normally stream for 8 hours? Oh, 4 hours? Yeah. Not 8? Look, man. Some of us streamed 7 days a week, 11 hours. Get on my level. But no, not really. It's not sustainable. But, yeah, you get your sleep, man. You don't know how you do this so much. It's just always the way I've been. There's still 24 hours on the clock. Ah, excellent. Good job over there. Making streamers sweat. Making the streamer go to, I changed the numbers. Like, by all means, you honored those 25 hours. But there's definitely a point where you're like, all right, we're like 60 hours worth of streamathon. Do we start increasing the price to make this longer? So you have 8 hours tomorrow, then you're adding a bonus 4 hour to your normal 4 hour streams? Gotcha. Yup. Nah, but you get your sleep. But that's also the way I run my streamathons. I found works really well. Is I have my normal length stream, and then while I'm on the streamathon, what I end up doing is going, okay, like, what is the longest I can go into stream before sleep starts becoming a genuine problem? Okay, we keep it inside that, and it just, every stream is that length with no days off until the streamathon is done. Excuse me, there will not be... Are you Ford Focus? What are you? Whatever your vehicle back there is, there'll be no passing. The rule of the road is if I have to go 25, so do you. Somebody say 24-hour stream? No, I've done that before. It's not worth it. Like there's haha meme, it's a really long stream. Haha, streamer tired saying big dumb because streamer brain has long since run out of juice. But the reality is, you do one of those streams, and then your next 2 or 3 streams suffer. And then you're like, you know what? I would have literally come out ahead, both like in viewer engagement and viewership, and probably even monetarily, if I just did my normal streams. Now, it's different when you do the streamathon, or again, where you like you add a couple extra hours here and there to like make it so like the longest you can reasonably do before, you know, you start not having enough time to get ready or sleep or whatever. Like that to me is the type of streamathon that I found that works well. You know, if you can afford to add 4 more hours before it starts cutting into not getting enough sleep, you do that until it's done. Whatever is sustainable. Because you never know when people are going to be ridiculous and be like, here's $1,000. No more days off for a week or whatever your milestones are. Like, it's not that I would never do a 24-hour stream again, but it wouldn't just be something that'd be like, okay, you know, 3 years we're doing a 24-hour stream. I wouldn't do something like that. It would need to be 24 hours because it's relevant that it needs to be that day. Yeah, once a year, I mean, I could see that. I still don't think it makes sense. Like, I could see it if there's, like, some big front page promotion that's for 24 hours that you're going to be on the front page for, like, a really big event. So you're expecting, like, a high-traffic day plus front page, and you're in that little window of 24 hours that day. I could see it being worth it to, like, do a 24-hour stream and then cancel the next stream entirely to recover from it over the next 2-3 days. I don't think I would do that still, but that's the kind of thing I could see it going on. Or if, for example, you know, let's say Project Zomboid 2 becomes the thing, and that's getting launched, and they're like, hey, you're gonna get exclusive access to that before anyone else for 24 hours. You know, and I could align a front page thing with that. I could see doing something like that, where you're dipping into multiple buckets, being like, no, this is going to be, you know, a way big outlier for outperforming your normal everything, that it is worth it to try and get absolutely every last ounce of benefit out of that, because it's, you know, a once in a lifetime kind of alignment of stuff. Alright, so let's get over here, get our beams, and get our roof tiles so I can continue working on the temple. Oh, hi.
Puppies.
No. You going to bed? Mm-hmm. You stay pretty? But yeah, no, there's a lot of people who do, like, the 24-hour streams and all that. I don't, like... And certainly everyone's a little bit different. Like, there's definitely people who can handle not getting enough sleep better than others. I'm actually someone who I consider myself pretty good about that. Okay. Before I buy stuff and then realize I'm buying the wrong thing, let's check the temple. Let's see, I'm really hoping there'd be a search option in the shop. Oh, like in the actual one? Yeah, that'd be good. That's kind of a lot of places where they miss. So yeah, so I need wood beams and roof plates. So let's pop back down there. We need 6 pallets of wood beams and 6 pallets of roof plates. So here's 6 of you. Goodbye, money. It was nice knowing you. And then roof plates. Hi, trade. How you doing? All right, come on. And then 6 roof plates. And just like that, that's like $40,000 gone. Which I'll get most of that back, but I'll lose like 10-20% of what I just spent. But that is towards our objective of getting the temple. If we do manage to build the entire temple... Oh, that is not convenient. All right, 1 second. Let's just shove the roof plates out of the way for right now. Oh, you're not lowered. So let's just get these out of the way for just a moment. Yeah, no, we'll do it in a couple sets. I was gonna see about grabbing the 4, but I don't think we're gonna have to stack this one as high as we've been. Can you attach a snowplow in the front of your tractor? Is there a snowplow in the game? I usually don't worry about snow, so that's genuinely something I've never thought of. For some reason, you don't get enough sleep, and you don't... Bobby, you get manic? Which you think is worse? Yeah, no, that's a thing. Yeah, I think that it was a snowplow. I just never bothered using it because the snow just wasn't meaningful enough for me to care. Are you kidding me? There's a roof plate in between these? Come on, man. Okay. We'll just smack the electrical box a little bit. That's fine. It's not my electrical box. They're the one who designed this way. All right. There's no zzzt in the game. Oh yeah, RimWorld. That low-key was one of the best things they changed in RimWorld. Was just giving us the hidden power lines. It's like, but they cost twice as much as a normal power line. Worth every penny. Like, not even a discussion to be had. Worth every penny. Would never go back. Alright, we can put this on the back, which is always a little weird because we get snagged on the tailgate. So I let it go there. We just scooch this up a smidge. And shove that in there, and we're good. It was a long time mod for RimWorld. Glad they finally were there. It took long. It was also annoying when your person, like, you'd have a person who'd throw a fit and it'd break a power line and you wouldn't see it for the longest time. And you're like, why is this stuff not working? Only to realize that there was like at some point someone got mad and punched a power line. And now you're just trying to figure out where it was. Okay, so this will be... Well, I didn't mean to throw that right off, but that's okay. So I can go ahead and put this back here. I can pick up these other beams. Alright, so you have to go a little bit of a weird angle because I picked him up at a little bit of a weird angle. Okay, so this is going to be terrible for dealing with the roof tiles, just because I did an absolutely awful job of squaring those all up, which is perfect. That's exactly how chat wants it. Chat loves when everything is a mess and a disaster and you have to drive extra difficult to just do simple tasks. Alright, so here's these two. I'm gonna see if I can just pile them all on this back one here. I don't know if they'll stay. That's those two. It's not driving extra difficult, it's driving at Rual difficulty. Yeah. Okay, so we got these four. And they're sliding. There goes one right off the side. We'll have to make sure to grab that before we go. Okay. So if I go over here and I lift this up and I drop just that one off the front, then I should be able to go to the side and stack the other two high. I have just noticed that these are considerably longer than they are wide, so that'll make this worse, which is perfect. Alright, so now I can go and take this one. It is sliding here and there as I change my direction and whatnot, so let's try and not slap it around too much that we throw it right off the side. I don't feel good about that. I think it's going to tip off the back. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Oh, come on. Yeah, and they're 400 kilograms, so I can't just pick them up myself. Just chuck him over here on top. Oh, I can actually not raise this high enough to get over all of it. All right. There we go. So let's just nudge you over. Let's get depth perception and nudge you over. Okay, so I got one more to get up here. That's sticking so far off that right side. That isn't even remotely over the wheels anymore. Perfect. Okay. And just like that, everything is loaded up flawlessly and perfectly. Okay, so this is gonna be another one of those ones where we're definitely not gonna be driving at top speed. I am just waiting to go just over like a little ridge here and just watch thing go plonk. The good news is, as far as that stuff sticking out on the right, I'm pretty sure if I do tip over on the right side, I will be able to just right it myself. Oh, it's going on two wheels even at this speed. Yeah, it's gonna go great. It'll probably be fine here. I'm speaking too soon. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. There is nothing to see here. It's gonna be this turn up ahead. Not this next one, but a little bit farther up ahead. Where I do like the left and the right and the left again. That I'm gonna try to not just send it rolling. But I'm not feeling especially confident. Because it wouldn't be so bad, but those tiles are like just straight up sticking off the side of that far. Like I'm barely moving and it's just wobbly. It's fine, we just won't look at it. If we don't acknowledge it, it'll all be okay. Just sitting in the cabin and just watching the whole thing rock with every adjustment. It just wants to tip over so badly. Alright, this is where I think is going to actually be bad, is where we have these, like, zigzagging turns. Oh, it leans so far. Please, please. I didn't mean to slow down quite that much, but I think it was the right move. Yeah, so we're just babying this thing along. Because the alternative is if I don't do that, we just tip over and I have to take the forklift to pick it back up, which isn't hard or anything, but it just makes everything slower. It's just wobbling so much. Dad, pull over, I'm getting car sick. Yeah. Little bit. Okay, and that's an entire stage worth of material in one go. Yeah, so I probably lost about $3,000-4,000 between the purchase and sell. Let's double check, make sure I got everything I need. Wood beams, yep. And roof plates, yep. So with that, with the right contracts, I cannot afford to live without. No. No, definitely not. Any of these that are a problem? Because I know this one's full, but these things aren't worth hardly anything. We sold them at peak and went, this is not worth the time. Right, so we've got all that. These are starting to build up, but those we don't sell till January, so we're good there. Those are starting to build up, but we don't sell those till January, so that's fine. These are also starting to build up, but that's not going to be a problem quite yet. And you are fine, so honestly, we are ready to advance a month. Make sure there was nothing I wanted to buy. No. We just had the weird Sully, or, not Sully. Whatever it is. The stuff we put in that. Yep, so we advance our month again real quick here. It's still the whole thing about buying the land our grandfather's farm is on and immediately kicking all the other people who live on the farm out, being like, no farmhouses here, just mine. It's like, oh, we're the bad people. We're that grandson. All right, so contracts. We got a whole bunch of cheap contracts. That's not a bad contract. That's a contract we'll do. The sunflower contract, that's money right there. The soybeans is also not a bad one. The other ones can get out of here. The hoeing contracts are pretty good. We'll probably skip that wood transport contract, even though that's a good one. So yeah, let's go ahead and get this party started. This will be the slower contract, so we're gonna borrow that. It's slower because it's not the biggest header, but it'll be fine. And that field is over there to the left. But for 9,000 bucks for a quick harvest, yeah, I'll do that. We can knock that one out. Most of the other harvests weren't very interesting. That by the time I leased the equipment, I wouldn't be making hardly any money. So just not worth my time or effort. I think it's literally the same one we got. That's the same truck we have on sale again. We got one of the largest foraging wagons available as well, but I'm not going to be doing that anytime in the short term. I'd rather save my money. Go straight across. There we go. Because you go with, like, this isn't even a thing about the game. This is just a real life thing. When you're dealing with stuff like, you know, ditches like that, you want to go straight across them perpendicular. Because if you go at an angle, you have a chance of your tire being pulled into it. You learn a lot about that when you ride motorcycles. That you really, 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 really want to make sure you're going perpendicular to railroad tracks. Even if you have to do, like, the most awkward, like, little wiggle to do so. I assure you there's a field there. There you go, you figured it out. Alright, so you can get this ready. You know, get them in position to grab it. But yeah, no, you learn a lot of stuff when you're dealing with just two tires. Like, one, you want to go perpendicular to any type of, like, uneven pavement. You want to get as perpendicular as you can to it. Railroad tracks, you want to get perpendicular to it. If there's, like, little ruts or drains in the ground, you want to try and get perpendicular to it. Obviously within reason. But you want to do that. You want to avoid stopping on stripes, so when you hit like a crosswalk, you want to try to avoid driving over and especially stopping on the like the painted stripe. That can be really rough. Because it could just be like ice if it gets wet. There's a lot of stuff you gotta worry about with that stuff. Alright, so you got you staged. So just park this over this person's field without any consideration of the situation there. Okay, so that's one contract for harvesting that. And we got the 2 fields we can hoe. That's also decent money there. Yeah, let's get that one lined up, because that'll be the soybeans. That should give us some decent money as well. Because the 2 hoeing contracts, they're basically the same equipment. Now, obviously, I'd want to borrow from one and leave the other one alone. That way I don't have to pay 2 separate leases. But that'll be fine. And this field's right here. Not as big as the other field. It's a long, narrow field, so we can go through that pretty quick. Alright, so wait for the truck to go by. Alright. So you can start taking care of that. We can get you into position. And in 2 months we'll want to sell our kimchi, because that's when that'll be at its premium. And then after that, everything else we want to sell in January. That we've got available. And so that should be a pretty big payday for us. Because that'll be our rice rolls, that'll be all of our, like, hot peppers, all of it. All of it must go. And I'll definitely just leave this parked in the road to block traffic as best we can. Let's check in the temple as well. Yeah, so you're halfway through, so when we get to the next day advanced, that should finish that. That'll be building the roof. So let's check the next contract, which would be this one, so I'll borrow that. Okay, I was gonna say, usually they give me a weight. There is the weight. Let's see, can you drive anywhere to load fertilizer, or you have to buy it? You have to buy it. Any of the contracts that are like spray, seed, fertilizer, lime, anything like that that has like a consumable involved into it, you have to buy the consumable. And then usually you make plenty of money to make it worth your while. The big thing to note is when you finish the contract, don't just turn it in. Drive back to your farm or to where you buy and sell stuff, and you can kick out any of the extra fertilizer and use it on the next contract, whatever's left over. Like, if you sell your stuff, they'll give you a little bit extra for the fertilizer and all that you have left over. But generally speaking, it's better just kind of keep it for the next time. Yeah, so you're way down there. Wait a second. Wait a second. You're not. You're not way down there. I'm taking you to the wrong place. You're way up here. Green from Jetchia. Well, thank you so much for popping in. Good to have you. All right, so that's the field we're looking at over there. Field number 5. So let's try this again, but going the correct direction this time. And pretty soon the sunflower tractor or harvester will need to be emptied. And both harvesting fields are at 20%. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hey, harvester. How's it going, friend? Okay. You just roll right over here. Hey, car, could you not obey the laws for me for a minute? I was busy using that lane. Okay. So you're at 44%. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You're at 33%. So actually, they got a little while longer. So in the meantime, we already know we're going to end up needing to do another load of these kind of things. And that December is my sell day, not November. And that should be finishing in game day tomorrow. So let's go ahead and get our flatbed. Get it back to the warehouse. And have it ready to pick up the next things of materials for next time. Let's go ahead and top off the gas while we're sitting right here at the gas station. Okay. So we can get you into position. Then I'm going to go check on all of our various greenhouses and all that, make sure those are in relatively good shape. Let's see, do you find Farm Sim 25 difficult to get into? Did you have experience in the previous installments? Yeah, so I do actually have experience with the past titles, Farm Sim 22. All the Farm Sim games do actually have a bit of a learning curve, and a big part of that is they have their tutorial that you play, which just shows you how to do like 2 or 3 things, and then just goes, you know, figure it out. So it is one of the major pain points of the series, is that the game really does a bad job of getting you what you need to succeed. Generally speaking, kind of the best way to learn the game is, I would suggest, for one, When you first start, try doing a handful of contracts, see like what crops you like, what crops you don't like, understanding that you're going to get some crops, you're going to start harvesting them going, wow, this sucks, and just don't do that crop in the future. And there are going to be other crops you enjoy, and that's totally fine. But once you've done a bit of that and you have your own fields kind of thing, you do actually have a lot of the stuff does get explained to you in here under the help section. And they do like try and carry you, but it's a lot of reading. And so that's not really anyone's favorite. And even then, figuring out how to go through like when to cultivate, when to plow, when to sow, all that stuff still doesn't do a great job of it. It can be perfectly good to like watch a tutorial on YouTube or, you know, read a guide or whatever. Generally speaking, almost every single crop, you're going to plow or cultivate your field. You're then going to put down seeds, you're going to wait a while, and then you're going to harvest. That said, there are many additional steps you can do along the way that will give you a better yield. Those are optional steps, but they will result in you making more money. And so there's a whole lot to do with all that. So let's see. So you're fine. You will probably want to add water. You're still slowly filling up and all that. But you just don't get why they don't just make a tutorial better. It's such a huge game. They're in the Steam top 50. Yeah, no, it's very, very genuinely. I know I've already said this more than once this stream. Very genuinely, I think it would make a huge difference to the game if it was just something they did, you know, that like you would play the game and it would be like, here is a field, let's walk you through doing one field with one crop, start to finish, just one. And of course you'd be able to skip it and all that stuff, just like I completely skipped the tutorial right now. I have not talked to Grandpa. I only know that there's like a whole backstory there apparently now, because others have done the tutorial, but because I started with $0 and no equipment and all that, I don't really have the tutorial. Instead, he just gives me contracts, which are fine. I just don't have need for them. Okay, so you're getting pretty close to full, so let's go ahead and empty out the sunflowers. Oh no, I don't think I have ever seen someone who plays these games, even some people have been at it for like ever, who hasn't gone and said, hey, like, your intro to the game really makes it hard for new players. Like, it's one of those things that once you learn how to do a field, then you're usually good from there. Because almost every crop will be some kind of deviation of that. So you go through that first handful of everything you need to do, and once you've done it once, okay, this crop is the same thing, but this crop is the same thing, but like they're all very, very similar, like little nuanced differences. And some literally are the same process but different equipment. And like the equipment has nuances that makes them very different to deal with. Alright. It'll be sad when I have to go back to my own fields and I have to remember to not drive through my own crops to go get these things. You have to be like mindful of which direction it's going to wait for it to be facing the way I want it to be able to work with it. So we're helping harvest sunflower seeds, and we're helping harvest soybeans. And then the last field, we're just weeding it. And so you're just flying across here. Alright, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Yes, we're about halfway through on the hoeing contract. We're already making really good time on that soybean contract. I do actually have more planks and beams and all that in my lumber mill. I'm kind of confused as to why this didn't get pulled in. I think it just needs a push, and it'll count. Or... there we go. It just needs a little nudgy nudge. It's there. So the lumber mill's all topped off. Alright, I can't remember. I already looked at the sales today, right? Yeah. Yeah, so you got one more row to do. And then after that row, we can empty it out, and that'll be one contract done. You suck at bad at reversing with something on a tow hitch. There's the stuff that has, like, the tow hitch, but then it has its own pivot, like, on the front wheels. Those can be really rough to reverse. So you have, like, the two separate pivot points. Like, when it's one pivot point, it's not too bad. I think it's pretty easy to manage. But the moment you get two, it's, like, a lot more finagling it to get it to do exactly what you want. Alright, but that'll be the soybeans. And like I said, it was really only the sunflower and soybeans so far as the harvest contracts that look like they're quick and easy money. A lot of the other ones were like, okay, this is better money, but it's a very slow crop. And I keep being suckered by the green beans because the money they offer is tremendous. And you're like, okay, it's slow, but it's not carrot slow. And then every time you go, I was like, oh man, it may not be carrot slow, but it's still real slow. Like, it's good money. It's worth doing it in the beginning for all that extra money. It just takes a lot of time. It ended up being one of the crops that when I did all my numbers to see what crops pay the best versus the worst as far as profit margins and all that, it ended up being very average. Like, it was kind of in there with, like, a bunch of the grains if you don't involve production lines. I do think I'm going to plan to try and lean into something like spinach for, like, the actual money maker, because spinach, it does look like it is very lucrative. I'm sitting here trying to drive myself being like, why is it not working? Oh, right. I'm not the one driving. Alright, so let's get the last of the soybeans. I'm assuming these will be another one going to the elevator. Just make sure you are actually empty. Yes. Okay. So with that, let's take our soy and sell that. So for the soy contract, you are going to the grain elevator. All right. Yep. No problem. So we can drop that off real quick, turn that in. We can grab the other hoeing one before we end the contract for this current one, so that way we can just use that same equipment and not have to pay the lease twice. All right. But that should give us a couple extra thousand on top of it because we did get the full field. Hey, Corey, how's it going? But yeah, so we can get all this dropped off, make our money, all that good times. All right. And definitely don't take the road that's like a main drag. Definitely drive through the neighborhoods with your tractor full of goods. You know, or if another car is coming the other direction, there's just no room on the road to accommodate it. The neighbors love it when you do that. That way, they're also listening to a really, really heavy diesel engine running outside their house. Good times. The roads that say no through roads. How are you liking 25 so far? I really enjoy Farm Sim 25. I definitely say 25 is a massive improvement over 22. Like 22, like no complaints about it. I mean, other than the AI, I guess. But there's definitely been a massive, massive, massive step forward. You have to go? No problem. You have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Like, I would say from everything I have seen and heard, it sounds like 19 to 22 was a bit of an underwhelming step up. Like, you know, so far as what got added. Whereas from 22 to 25 was huge. Now, granted, I would say 22 added a lot of different crops, but I know a lot of people actually don't like the specialty crops. Okay, so that goes ahead and gets you out of here. Cool, and that was perfect timing, so I can go ahead and grab the next contract right here. That's field 11. No, it's not field 11. What field are you? Field 32. That's the opposite side of the map. Alright, that's fine. Especially the people with houses that have bad sound insulation. They love you. Oh, yeah. When you imagine a lot of those neighborhoods, you probably wouldn't have really good sound insulation because you wouldn't really have a need for it. And then, you know, the person rolling through in the giant diesel tractor. Ooh, that's a question I haven't gotten. Is there anything that Farm Sim 22 did better than Farm Sim 25? Let me think about that. Because there's probably going to be something. So, like, production lines are generally the same. The AI is way better in 25 than 22. Like, sure, some equipment got disappeared, but that happens every version and all that. And I haven't run into any equipment that is like, oh man, I'm really sad that that's gone or anything like that. And the logging is definitely better. The contracts, they've got a couple contracts they've split up a little bit more, but otherwise they're basically the same. So like the grass contracts got split up, but I don't think that's neither here nor there for me. And the game's settings, I would say, improve. You can actually start with $0 in this one versus 22 you can't. The GPS is just hands down better. The AI is just hands down better. I don't know for sure if it's a thing that was better with 22 or if it's just I don't remember. But it did seem like in 22 it mattered way more about selling stuff at peak versus it could be entirely in my head. It does seem like they made it so that the crops, the difference between selling at like the peak price is like just not that different from the lowest price. So it really did kind of feel like there wasn't much. I haven't been nearly as motivated to wait until the price comes up for most items. I think the most I've seen the difference was about $100, which is not inconsiderable. But it's not like a lot of the goods I vaguely seem to remember in Farm Sim that it was like, no, really, you get half the value if you sell it in the wrong season. So I'm not sure, like, to me, I actually would find that slightly worse. that I do like the idea of waiting till a better time in the market to sell. At the same time, I could also see people just as easily making the argument that it's better that there's less reason to do that. So that's, I wouldn't even say it's a better or a worse versus for my preference. I liked it more, but it's also one of those things that very genuinely, it could be in my head that it was just very different. Not a chance, Farm Sim 25? Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be fishing for a way more nuanced, oh, well, this is better because of this nuanced thing. Because we do literally have all of the same crops from the last one, so it's not like, oh, well, this crop in the last one was a better crop than that one. That's okay. I got a thing I could ride my tractor. Fishing? There is no fishing in Farm Sim. There's probably a mod for it, but not in the base game. I mean, I guess the price tag, because you can get 22 at its lower price since it's the older game, but I mean, the moment you start adding the DLC for 22 to bring it up to the amount of crops we have in 23, the price goes out the window. What? Oh, cruise control got knocked back off. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, 25 feels like a direct upgrade. When do the developers release the first fixes? What do you think? For all I know, they have done fixes, but I mean, I've been very happy with the game so far. The only outlying issues I've heard of people dealing with that we've dealt with as well, and I've been not running into today, but I have in the past, is the flickering screen thing is pretty bad. That some people have it where it flickers, flickers to black and all that. Again, that's pretty obnoxious. And I don't know if that's graphic card drivers or Farm Sim's fault or whose fault it is or whatever. But that is a pretty rough one. But I've been very happy with it. But as far as like the first fix for making changes, that's kind of honestly the thing. I was having a conversation with another creator yesterday on their channel, and obviously their chat was involved, that our expectations of games have changed so much over the years that literally Farm Sim releasing and not having a huge drama puts it like in the tier success for launches for this year as like an S tier launch. That the worst thing we've dealt with is we've dealt with the flickering screen. And I'm sure there's probably some other ones, like other nuance, or I think they had an issue with people who bought on Epic when it first came out. But all things considered, just the game functioning as advertised put it like way up there on the successive releases this year for more known games. That the bar has just been set that low that a non-dramatic release makes it like top tier. Yeah, no, I streamed to both YouTube and Twitch. Primarily that way I get like the VOD over on YouTube and all that kind of stuff and all that. Let's see, but Farm Sim is barely a week old, so you can see in a few months being smoother and better. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure there's definitely going to be like updates, like updates to optimize the game more. You'll probably have updates that they're like, oh yeah, we found a crash that if you put a harvester at a 45-degree angle and then ram a forklift into it while singing Kumbaya, that for some reason the game crashes and we fix it. You'll have like some really weird fringe crashes that people figure out that'll get patched. Yeah, it'll certainly improve. And then plus, we don't even know what the DLC is going to be. We don't know what crops we're going to get. Like last year, they gave us a lot of very different crops, which I appreciate. Not last year, last version. And then this one opened up with a crop that's very different from what we've seen before. So I am looking forward to seeing what else they come out with. Epic took about 6 hours to get working. That's not too bad. That should be video games award category. Most finished on launch. Yeah. It's sad that really our bar has been set that low for launch. And the worst thing is, like, right now we can do a direct comparison from Farm Sim 25's launch, because it is a complicated simulation game, versus Microsoft Flight Sim 2024's launch, which has not gone smoothly. I mentioned it earlier on the stream that right now, last I looked, Flight Simulator 22 or 2024 for Microsoft Flight Simulator has dethroned Overwatch 2 as the most downvoted AAA game ever released on Steam. Because, yeesh, it has been a bad launch. Yeah, the kind of crashes exist. You've seen some such esoteric error in Factorio. Oh, yeah. Are you done with TCG Simulator? Oh, man, I haven't played TCG in a while. I'm not, like, done, like, I'll never play it again. But, like, I haven't been playing it lately. You feel bad for Ultra? She likes the Flight Sim games? Yeah, my hope is, that they'll get that sorted out. Yeah, no, I understand there's a bunch of drama as to what led to the Overwatch 2 thing, but you get the idea. Let's see, Farm Sim should partner with Construction Sim and merge the games. I don't know how that would work. Do you mean like people would build the airports? Because the whole... Oh, no, I'm sorry. My brain was still on Flight Sim. Farm Sim. I mean, I could see that. We mentioned that yesterday, was that, with, like, all the different simulation games, I could see a place for, you know, like, a place for, you know, like, a, simulation world game. I think, though, for making it so the game isn't astronomically large and performant hogging between all the different control schemas and all that you'd need, I could see it being, like, one global, like, massively multiplayer kind of situation or whatever you want to go. Or even just yourself, but you would hop in and be like, I am in farming mode, I am in construction mode, I am in flight mode, I am in drive through the world mode. And it would be effectively one game with, you know, all the different engines and all that that would kind of toggle between depending on your modes. Which would mean load time, but I think the alternative is, if you didn't do it that way, having to have like a flight model plus the model for handling all the crops plus the model for like all the driving things plus the model for dealing with the construction stuff, it would just be like way too much going on. You'd have such a ridiculously large install and resource consumption. As you haven't played TCG Sim in a while, but it got you back into collecting Pokemon cards. You're playing Pokemon TCG? Gotcha. Let's see, TCG Album have just added 10-page each trading card system, which doesn't seem a step forward yet, anyway. Oh, they just added more? But I have a feeling that might kill all hardware until the next 5 years. I think it'd be just... It wouldn't be pragmatic. It would be one of those things you're just using way too much resources. But yeah, no, my hope is once the raging tire fire that is the server situation for Flight Sim gets settled, and they do like their hotfix kind of stuff, to get like all the honestly pretty egregious misses they had. Because, like, for example, the one that upset me was you go to log into the game for the first time to download it and everything, and it doesn't work with your mouse. So you just have to know that you can hit tab to go through different inputs. And you don't happen to be someone who already knows how to tab through different inputs and all that. You just stare and go, how do I interact with this? Because it doesn't have, like, the thing that's like, hey, hit tab to go through here, or everything. It just, like, doesn't work with the mouse. Have you done anything with animals in this game yet? Not 25. I have with 22. I've done all the animals. Let's see, if all the sim creators got together and made one big world sim, that would be ridiculous. Right. As I said, though, I think what it would ultimately be, if they were to do something like that, it would be all linked in the back end. So, like, I would do my, I sell my crop to this location, and then separately that would generate a delivery for someone else. You know, they could do that. That would certainly be doable. But I think, like, as far as, like, I would be farming and someone goes by in their truck and they're delivering my goods in American Truck Simulator style play, I don't think we would get that just because it would require compromising the individual simulators too much to try and make like a generalized engine, as opposed to you have the farm sim engine that is built for farming, and then you have the American Truck Simulator engine that is built for trucking, and then you have the Flight Simulator engine that's built for flying. Like, putting the overlap there is just a lot of overhead that is going to be more cost than benefit. Man, the animals have historically in all these games been pretty good. Is there any contracts I want to grab in addition? No, we'll probably ignore that one. It doesn't pay enough for me to care. Terrible crop, terrible crop, terrible crop. Literally would lose $1,000 on leasing it. Wouldn't make enough to make it worth my while. Plowing sucks. The wood transport would be fine. We could do the wood transport. Yeah, that's probably fine. We'll do the wood transport because that's going to take a little while. So we'll go and empty this out. Do the wood transport. But you're considering setting up some JSON to interchange format between games to do some cross-genre interaction, but you don't think there would be a use for that? Yeah, I've only seen a couple of games that really had like that cross thing that worked well. I want to say EVE Online for a little while did. Does EVE Online even still have their first-person shooter thing? Because that was a whole thing that EVE Online, the idea was that they had this whole space thing that was all interconnected, and then they came out with a first-person shooter, and then the idea was you'd hire mercenaries, which was the first-person shooter players, to do stuff that would all interact with the larger game universe. But then the first-person shooter ended up being, you know, pretty middling. It wasn't a good first-person shooter, but it wasn't bad. It was kind of eh. Let's see, no, they sold it, but are now developing one called Vanguard. That honestly wouldn't be bad for them to just try again. Learn the lessons from the first one and try the next one. Okay, so where's that? Yeah, because I remember that was like a whole big deal when it came out. And it's been kind of my thought, and this has been true of pretty much all of the space games that have also had, you know, the space legs segment, that it's kind of that same problem as just talking about, where having a really good engine that specifically does stuff like flight model or whatever well, and then slamming in a first-person shooter aspect, it usually always requires you to compromise one or the other. You'll either have something that's got really, really good, you know, first-person shooting playing, but then kind of arcadey or not necessarily as good flight model, or the other way around. I think Star Citizen, as much as I meme on that one, is probably one of the ones who's done that better. But then that's an example of an engine that's got lots of problems with it. It's trying to all the things, and it's dealing with the consequences you get when you all the things. EVE was one of your inspirations for that? Yeah, because that was the magic of the EVE universe, was almost everything was player run. Like, yeah, you can buy certain stuff from the NPCs and all that. Yeah, Star Citizen one huge problem. Yeah, well, it's doing all of the things, and it's running into a lot of the negatives you get when you do all the things. Alright, we're flying too close to the sun here. And then for me the deal breaker was like I kickstarted it, but then came in their monetization and all that, and that was one of those things that I couldn't get past. Like the selling land you couldn't get on for like literally thousands of US dollars to get land that wasn't even implemented in the game and all that. Like, so much of that stuff, I'm like, oh my god, this is super predatory way of doing this. And I get the arguments like, but you're doing it to support the game. It's like, right. But yeah. It's like, I get that, but it's also pretty... Why are you struggling so hard? We do this all the time. Am I like just on a weird angle on this hill or something? I'm guessing it's one of those things that like where the back is, that my back stilts aren't actually settled on the ground, they're hovering over it. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Also, you're spinning directly on the post? Oh, that is really not the way you want that to lay down that early. That is going to mess up the entire loading of everything after this. Well, good luck, logs. Give. Okay, at least it's not as bad now. Come on, lift it up. There you go. How does this compare to the last game? You sank a lot of hours. It's basically just objectively a better version. Like, it's literally take Farm Sim 22 and say, but what if more? And you're looking at Farm Sim 25. Like, it's got all the crops that Farm Sim 22 does have, plus a handful of additional new crops. They added steering assist, which is like your GPS mod, so you just don't even need the GPS mod anymore. It's just built in. Do you power wash your stuff? Oh, no, never. I want my stuff to look grungy and worn and old. Are the contracts content the same tasks? I'm not sure, like, compared to 22, because the biggest difference I've heard between 22, and I've played 22, but I didn't do a lot of contracts in 22 versus other stuff. I did Survivor Man Challenge, I meant no contracts is kind of my main thing. Is that for the grass contracts, the stuff like where it was, you know, you'd grass, you'd or like tether and then bale kind of thing in 22, that those are all now separate contracts. You would mow the lawn, or tether, or bale for your contracts, not all of them. Let me see. Let's see, Wing Commander was successfully because Chris Roberts had a leash to keep his crazy ideas tethered in reality. Now he has no tether and a big wad, and he just keeps adding features without finishing the ones he promised. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that I definitely have seen. I've definitely seen where, in a lot of ways, Star Citizen is feature creep the game. Alright, so we're going all the way up to the sawmill, and I do not have a good route to get there, so we're just going that. We've heard the animals are prettier, but they were animated since Farm Sim 22. Yeah, so my understanding is you've got, like, really adorable, like, baby animals now that act like baby animals now and all that. That Farm Sim 22 didn't really have nearly as much. So they've done a lot more to just make the animals feel more authentic. So if you want to see baby cows as they, like, you know, they struggle to stand up, you know, stably, that they kind of like, not stumble, but like not as sure-footed and all that, they've got all that. I've seen that mostly watching Ultrasaurus' stream, because I haven't gotten to the animals yet, because there's a lot of infrastructure you need to do all that. And I have not got that figured out. Yeah, no, we'll definitely get into animals eventually. There is a good chance by the time we get there, though, we'll be doing the Survivor Man challenge. And if we do the Survivor Man challenge, yeah, so it's the next one over. If we do the Survivor Man challenge, that'll be a fresh start where it'll be a little bit more of a slower burn building up. because we won't be doing all these contracts. But the pro and the con of that is instead of running around and doing a bunch of contracts, a bunch of fields I don't care about, I'll have I'll get that one field that will be our stuff that I'll do an operation, finish it. It won't be doing like 2 or 3 contracts to fill time. We'll finish that objective on that field and we'll just go on to the next month. So early on, we'll actually get through a lot of years relatively quickly. And then it'll start to really slow down as we start getting more things. Is No Man's Land in the game yet? Not yet. My understanding, and this is, secondhand information, grain of salt, may not be accurate, is that they have to update the map editor because the engine got a major overhaul. It's a newer version of the engine. And as such, a lot of the modded maps are stuck waiting on the new map editor. I do not know if that's true because I haven't looked into editing any maps myself, not on a real level. But that's the thing I've heard from others comment that, again, grain of salt may not be accurate. But we are seeing mods starting to pick up pace coming in. Like, we had, only a handful show up the first day, then we had a little bit more the second day, and a little bit more the third day. And now we're starting to actually see a decent number of mods roll in here and there. But we have not been seeing the map mods yet. So that's the thing that has me thinking, okay, maybe that claim I heard is accurate. That is something I would expect to see at least some. Because the only map mods I've seen have been stuff being like, empty Riverbend. You're like, oh cool, and then you pull it up, it's just Riverbend. Like, literally just Riverbend, nothing's changed. And you're like, oh, so this mod's garbage. And maybe it does something that I'm missing, which is entirely possible. But the only map mods I've seen are literally the existing maps just re-uploaded. And like I said, they might have a difference, like they might have gone in and said like, oh, I, bought and sold all the fields or whatever to reset them, or, I changed this thing in the file to reset them all or something. Which would still not be a bad thing. That'd still be worth the mod. So complete you. You've got 2 more rows to do. Alright. And it looks like it's going to be just enough that I'm going to have to do more than one run to get all the goods, which is still fine. I just don't want to sell to finish this harvesting so I can get the max amount of money out of this thing. Okay. Yeah, no, it'll be fine. Like, even if it does end up being, yeah, this is gonna be, I'll have to come back for the rest kind of thing. I don't think we're gonna quite empty it out. Our workers still brain dead? So, the workers will still do stuff that make you scratch your head and go, why did they do that? But they will actually finish their jobs now. I've only been able to get a worker stuck once so far, whereas in Farm Sim 22, getting a worker to even reliably finish half the jobs, like most of the jobs I had problems with, like getting them to do like the spraying job was just don't even bother. If you had any sorts of weird fields in 22, they wouldn't do it. Really simple stuff like cultivating, they're relatively okay, as long as again you had like a rectangular field with nothing nearby. You thought the A would stop if you're driving a trailer in the right position? It continued going when you weren't? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. They'll continue going unless they reach the end of a row where they need to turn and all that, and then they will wait for you. They'll wait till basically their hopper is full. Or hopper is empty, sorry. But in that particular case, yeah, no, they'll just keep going. That's the idea, is normally what you do is you'll be able to go right alongside them and just kind of pace them. And they'll keep filling up your stuff. Which is good, because it's more efficient that way. It's just a lot of times I'm swinging in at the end of a row and they'll stop and wait till it's empty. And about the time I get into position, it should be done harvesting. I mean, it's probably already done harvesting. Just gotta double check it. Okay, the last little stripe here, and then that's done. So it won't be a lot of crop, about 1,100 liters. So we can start emptying that, because it'll be done by the time this is emptied enough to complete. Yep, and there it's done. There's an extra... You know what? Honestly, for 1,000 liters, I'll just let it go. We'll take our money. It's 1,000 liters. It'd probably give me an extra, like, 800 bucks or something like that, but that's fine. So with that, that is the ones I want to do. That's too small for cultivating. None of those we care about. Those are all fine. Those are all fine. Ooh! That's fine. We'll do it. I was gonna do another woodworking one, but that's 16,000. We can do the Mimi, like, super duper heavy load one. And then even if we get another one after this, we won't take it because I want to keep the months moving forward. But that'll be good because we're making decent money. And what that does mean is that we're getting pretty close to being able to either buy more land or buy another piece of equipment. This will also have us in good shape for the next thing we want. Do contracts reset every day? So they reset as the day goes on. Like, the full reset is pretty much every day, but you can have contracts that last multiple days. But even if you just put your time at, like if I were to put my time at, like, 5 times speed, over the day, you'll get more contracts. And you also have it when you finish a contract in a field, you might get a new contract on that same field for, like, the next step in the process. That said, usually if you run out of contracts worth doing, I just advance the day. I think it's this road that goes to the south of the temple. Or no, it's, like, literally off the temple road. Okay, so for 16,000 and the fact that they gave us the 2 hauling truck. Is this a Japan map? Yeah, it's non-specific East Asian because it does have things like, for example, the name of the city is Indonesian, but it also has references from, like, Japan and China and everything. So it's not actually Japan, but it does have a Oh, I had the wrong thing selected. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button, that's why. Yeah, it's like the non-specific East Asian map. But, like, the name of it I want to say is Coastal Forest in Indonesian. That's fine. Okay. Slamming that so hard, I'm tipping the truck around. Even if the back is not moving at all. Okay, we can go over here, rotate you, drop you down. I want to get that claw in between those two. Would like to get all 5. That's fine. Three's still good. I see you wiggling out of there. Just stay in there long enough for me to get this over here. Okay. Alright, just like clockwork, quick 16,000. There we go. That's aw. I'm about to say, like, that's what I want to see. The nice. Well, crap. The truck was up on its stand, and so when it settled, it catapulted it away. So I need to remember to actually grab that log. Okay, so we need to switch over to that one, secure those, switch back. That'll be a fun one to get out from directly underneath there. Okay, we can grab you, swing that around. Those are spread out enough, so we should just go for the next set here. Okay, so got the 5 stacker. Cool. It'll be like 2 more grabs, and then that should be settled. Why are you wobbling nearly as much? I gotta have these stilts like in a gap where it's just like one of the stilts isn't quite on the ground. I do wish they would adjust the stilts so you could kind of, you know, like if you're on like a slight incline, it'd have one stilt that's a bit set lower than the other to give it a little bit more stability. It's fine, like I don't think it's actually a problem. But like how much you end up wobbling with this is certainly something. Alright. And the last 3. And they just gotta drag them to, I believe it was the carpenter, I think they set it for. There we go. And lock it in, put this away, switch the camera. All right. We picked up 3 tree trunks that are probably more than those things are designed for. I mean, this is fair. So we are going down towards town to the carpenter. So let's go ahead and turn around over here. We got a nice open spot that's not too steep of an incline. You make this look easy. You've been doing log transport all day. How long I can crane as good as you? I have no idea. The first run of Farm Sim that I really got into was a map called Silver Run Mountain in Farm Sim 22, which was a mountain forest map. And so literally I was clearing forest to make room for my farm. So that map I had several hundred hours in, and I would say the majority of that was spent logging, with the occasional interruption for some farming in between. Yeah, I really liked that map, the Silver Run Mountain. That's a really good map in my opinion. The only thing that kept it from being even better was just the limitations we have in terraforming the land made it so even if you took the time to clear the trees, it was still really hard to use a lot of the land for farming. Because that's kind of what I wanted to do, is to have the forest and be able to like slowly chip away into the forest to make the farming. Like, don't get me wrong, in real life that's a terrible thing. Like, it's really bad to do mass deforestation to throw up some farms. The amount of carbon you're letting back into the atmosphere is definitely not good for everyone's interest. But video games, it was a lot of fun to just slowly chip away at the forest and like make your field and expand it and all that. All right. You spent 60 hours once cutting down those trees just to plant your tree farm? Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't actually go over there, does it? Well, that's fine. We can just cut across here. I think this connects to that road. You need to own the yellow one just for the times they offer the blue. Well, I don't take all of these. Like, once in a while when they offer me a lot, I might be like, alright. Hey, Tessime, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good tonight. Just been enjoying some Farm Sim. We did some Astroneer earlier. Doing the split stream between the two went pretty well. Boy, sorry. It is getting late here. But yeah. Alright, so we just gotta go right here and turn this in. Does bale size matter for the grass, or is it just for storing it? Bale size is mostly just for you managing it. Like, if it's a contract, you gotta stick to whatever size they tell you. But, otherwise, when you're dealing with it, it's just a matter of management, because I want to say they basically will pay you the same amount. Oh yeah, I mean, that's assuming they're wrapping it. If they're wrapping it, then obviously you gotta do something that works with wrapping it, but I don't know if they're wrapping it or not. But yeah, no, when it comes to selling them though, literally the game just says, how many liters is this? And they don't really care the size of bales. At least that's the way I remember it being. I was never huge on doing a lot of the baling and grassing, even though it was very lucrative. Okay, so with that, that's cool. So that should get done tomorrow. So let's go ahead and teleport back home. We don't have anything here I gotta worry about right this second. Nope. So let's advance the day. And this is the point in the year where the contracts will start drying up really fast. So we'll have just the logging ones. And like I said, I've already done 2 or 3 logging ones this map. Kudos using that machine. Every time you do, it's a train wreck. Yeah, no, you get used to it. You'll figure it out. It just takes some work. All right, so first, any deals I cannot live without. No, that's not quite as strong as my tractor. And I don't really need these. It's funny, that's the 3rd time that same truck is, and we bought it the first time. But they keep bringing that up. Are there any contracts I can't live without doing? I mean, those cultivating contracts are pretty good. I'm not gonna do that wood transport, I don't think. Yeah, we'll probably ignore the contracts this time, because that's a pretty decent sized field. So let's check here on all of these. Are all of you fine? Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You're filling up, but you're fine for now. You're filling up, but you're fine for right now. So let's go over here real quick. Check on the temple. Okay, so it's not quite done, but it'll be done soon. Well, that sucks. So it's got just a little bit longer. We'll go ahead and speed up time. Yeah, because I don't want to take those extra ones. If I put up the 5 times, we might just fast forward time and hang by the temple for a minute just to... There we go, 120 times speed. We're gonna go let that run out and then see what replaces it. To get the next step going. Okay, so long planks and beams. It's looking like 12 stacks of each. Well, great. And how much do I have back home? Is it something I'm going to go out of my way for, or am I just going to deliver? Yeah, I think it would just be 2. So we're gonna go ahead and just deal with this at the warehouse. I already have all my stuff here. So it's time to go rip our money. Because I'm gonna go to the stuff here. So we need the long planks and the beams, so I need 12 of each. So there's 10. But we're not done, because I need 2 more. And there's 12. I got scared there for a second that I accidentally bought the wrong thing. Luckily, that's the case. Alright, so. Oh yeah, no, Farm Sim 22, and honestly 23 both. The baling and all that is like serious cash. So scooch you forward. I hate that one electrical box. That's right there. It's caused me to get stuck on it so many times. I wonder if I can just push these all in from the back and not deal with all the nonsense. Because then it'd be like even load as long as we mostly put in straight. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Come on. It's so weird that has difficulty with that. That's not working out. That was also not the button I wanted. Well, that's not working at all. Because you can customize that truck to not have a steel bar in the back. Yeah, and I remember even looking at that. That's fine. What I wanted to do was I wanted to shove one box out to the yard, but I forgot how badly we get stuck on that thing. It's fine. I'm just trying to load 12 of these on here. It'll be okay, probably. We've done it before, we'll do it again. And we'll do it until the temple is complete. I was sitting here going, it's like, you know what, do I just do 6 at a time? I've got 12. And I gotta do 12 again. It means more trips, but I'll be able to drive faster. We'll see. There we go. I'll deal with that one in a minute. Yeah, so interestingly enough, it only detects 2 of those as on the forklift, not all 4. Which is why I think the ones on top are bouncing around nearly as much as they are. I would try to load all 24 of them, just to see. But we're very gonna quickly gonna hit, like, the height I can get to. It's probably fine, don't worry about it. Nothing to see there. It's probably one of the worst loads I've done. Like, so worse as in my job of forklifting it on there. keep misjudging my height. Yeah, it'll ride. Yep. What job are you doing at the moment? I am working on building the temple, so it's not actually a contract. I'm literally grabbing a whole lot of materials and I'm bringing them to a sell spot and then selling them to the temple. I am losing money with it because I am buying the materials and then selling them on the same day on the same map kind of thing, so needless to say, there's not a whole lot of money to be made doing that. Well, don't do that. Oh, I'm doing a terrible job of this. I was gonna grab all 4 and do another round of that, but it's already going badly, so I'll just grab the 2. But yeah, so we're building the temple, and this phase I need 12 pallets of beams and 12 pallets of long planks. Well, that's a bummer. There we go. I'm curious this will work like Farm Sim Toy 2 or not. Yeah, it counts that still as being on the forklift. So it didn't strap it in. That still worked for me though. Okay. Because there's a building to be built. Would love to do that yourself. But you think it's a later type game stuff? I wouldn't say it's a later type game stuff. It's a long, like it takes a long time to build. Like you can start working on it early on. The moment you get a sawmill, you are getting materials towards building it. You might as well use those materials that you're getting to work at, because also it buys those materials from you, and it does so at a rate that's generally better than most of the other buildings on the map. So if you are making like planks, long planks, the wood beams and all that, and you're just selling it to which place buys it at the best price, you're going to be working on the temple whether or not you realize it. The catch being the cement bags. Those are something that most people won't make the cement production building early on. I do not feel like that's going to work. We're just gonna try and wedge it in anyways. It'll probably not go well. What I need to do is settle that down without it tipping too far, so I can creep the creep that forward. That's making it worse. Because I just want to slide that bottom one in farther. I wonder, and this might be cursed, if that'll lock in the one above it. Yeah, don't worry about it, Chad. It's fine. That's how physics works. And just like that, it's locked in. Before I touch any of that nonsense, because that's going to very much be one of those unstrap and strap instantly or it's all toppling down. Let's get the last one in place. Okay. So we can go ahead and get this tossed up there. Because that one in the back isn't actually strapped in and is leaning off of the back. And the one on top is technically flying. So I do need to like strap these in because this top one here is not going to stay otherwise. But the hope is if I can strap it and strap this fast enough. And we're good. I think we have a moderately, slightly, minutely, horrifically overloaded and unbalanced load. That even the slightest turn is gonna roll this thing. This is definitely 100% all the weight is on the top. None of it is on the bottom. Oh, I am turning not at all and we are wibbly wobbling. I have a feeling we're gonna go and recover this one in a minute with the forklift. No, car, don't make this more difficult for me than it has to be. Please. I'm having problems steering because I keep going on two wheels. Okay. First two turns have been navigated successfully. All right. It's just 12,000 liters of wood beams. It's not that much weight. This truck is swaying too much. The cheaper Lizard drives better. Counter argument, I got it like 60% off. Yeah, no, definitely. I think it's just this thing rides higher than the Lizard, so it's got a higher center of gravity. To be fair, we're also overloading this thing way more than is remotely reasonable. Oh. Bold move for you to pass me around a turn. I'm slowly getting really good at driving vehicles that have way too much weight unbalanced. This is the turn that's the worst, because if I mess up this turn on the inside part, then we lose this all. Because it goes in that river. And you can recover stuff. Like by getting a crane or whatever. I don't have the money for that. So I'm pretty sure it goes in that water. Not coming back. Where's the Department of Transportation when they need them? They're trying to just figure out if there's a vehicle under there. And then they're not sure about what the jurisdiction is about a you know, a big block of wood sliding across the road under an unknown power. And without incident. Alright, so just double checking. We have more than enough wood beams, and then long planks actually. So I've actually got. I only need 9 things of long planks. I don't need the full 12. I've actually got a bunch already in there. I just need 9 things of the long planks. My hope is with how absurdly much it's asking for this time, that we might get lucky, and it might be building more than one building at the same time. I can hope, I can dream. I'm glad we did all that work for the extra money last in-game month, because we lost like $6,000 between all of those wood beams I just bought. But then the good news is we start our campaign of selling everything. We do all the kimchi tomorrow in game, and then the rest of it the next day. Which is gonna take a little bit of work because that's gonna be a lot of stuff to sell. Okay, so nine long planks. And then that should be enough to satisfy everything. Wait. Was it 9 or was it actually... Like, I know I said 9, but I'm now second guessing my math. It'll be fine, because I know I already have long planks back home. It only burned through a little over 3,000 per day. So, if I'm short by 1, that'd still be fine. Because it won't be able to get through them all anyways in one day. And then tomorrow I'm going to do a sale day anyways, so we'll sell all our wood anyways. So, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's get our long planks. That's a heck of a lot of money we're burning right here. Push these together. So try this again. Perfect. We just gotta remember that little electrical box right there. I'm all caught up on that electrical box, which is what we want. It's not. It's really not what we want. Okay, we're right on the edge here. We can make this work, though. Just avoid the roof. Okay, so good news there. Those front ones are slowly sliding off, and I don't like it. Okay, so let's get you scooched up. Alright, let's knock those in place real fast. Get the two on the back. Then I just got the one. On first, to get the ones in the back. Get you way up on the edge of the forklift. Perfect. And one more. Okay, did the thing where I merged in the ground. Okay, so we can slam this one in down here. Get this loaded. That should take care of the temple for this stage. And then after that, I can get this stuff back home. It's going to be needed there. Cool. Alright, so you sit here for a moment just in case I botch the delivery. I need to pick it back up. You're ready. Cool. And that is our 9 things of long planks. I shouldn't have to drive quite as slow as the other one, but I do need to be careful about how fast I go. Just one of those things. I am overloading this thing every single time. That'll be another phase of the temple done. Alright. And each time we do these deliveries, I'm dropping off like 10,000 or something of the materials. And we've been doing a lot of these. I've been warned the temple is like a very, very, very significant project. But we've also been putting a lot of time into it. Because that's the big thing I want to accomplish on this map more than anything is just get that temple done, just because I put so much investment into it already. Alright. Just wait for the next phase to be, requesting turbo motors and supercomputers? No. Nuclear spaghetti. We're not getting nuclear spaghetti. Don't bother. Alright, these are the danger turns right here. We've rolled over these turns quite a few times. As we almost did there. Alright. And then with this, we can go ahead and take it around here, drop this off, and then like I said, we want to get our tools back to the farm after this in-game day, because I will have a lot of stuff to sell. No. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We recovered. We were solidly all the way up on 2 wheels, almost up and over. Let's see, so if you appease the gods, do you get better crop yields? I don't think it does anything like increase prices or crop yields or all that. I think the idea is you actually make a lot of money normally building it without just buying your way across the finish line. But because there's dare drops involved, and the fact that if I complete this, I can get the community... Okay, so we will actually need to get one more thing of long planks, but that's okay, because we're doing that in-game next day anyways, from the farm. So we don't need to go for like an extra trip here. So let's race this back home, then we'll grab our tractor. Then it'll be pretty much time to advance the day, at which point we'll grab the lumber and the kimchi, and we'll drop all that off. And then the next in-game day, it'll be time for us to go through all of the greenhouse goods and the rice rolls or all that stuff and sell all of that. I'm not expecting any contracts. We're in the middle of the winter. Yeah, we could have the wood transportation contracts for like 1,800. I'm just gonna go ahead and skip those for right this moment. Just try and keep things moving along. All right. Bit tongue-in-cheek, but it'd be a nice touch. Yeah, it would be nice. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't know what will change with it. I mean, the Silver Run map was the first one to do it. And when we did the Silver Run map, you know, you had the roller coaster, you'd be able to see it running, like, going around doing its thing. So they definitely add aesthetics. It would be neat, though, if they, like, it opened an additional store that maybe certain items were a little bit better priced. Basically, like, the temple goes away, but then, you know, you get, like, some new lumber store where I don't think they could do that, though, in case the player bought, you know, some of the other property. Or, like, the temple now switches to accepting certain goods that they accept them at a bit of a better price, but not everything. Like, something that would make sense for a temple to need. Still, I honestly don't mind it being the way it is. Alright, so we've got you here. And you're next. We should gas up and repair you along the way. That should be good, because I have basically a whole year's worth of mushroom production ready to sell. A whole year's worth of the regular greenhouse good to sell. All that stuff. Is this the same save you've done since day one early access? Correct. We are on the hardest economy settings, though, so it will go slower than a lot of the runs you'd expect. Actually, I don't even think I'm going to go anywhere near the repair spot, so we'll just not worry about it. Not urgently it needs repair. I think it's probably the forklift that needs the fixing up the most. Yeah, actually, we take the south route. That should be a more direct route to where I want. That's fine. There were no contracts we cared about, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it looks like it's plowing and all that. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cultivating contracts, but I'm going to skip them. We're going to focus more and more on our own stuff, and I'll most likely only lean on the contracts with, like, the temple stuff is like, oh, money's getting tight. Yeah, so take the south route. That should take me along the south side of the farm, and I shouldn't have to go around everything. Take the dirt road up the hill. Are any of our production lines going to back up? Nope. The mushrooms are getting a little high, but what I can always do is once we do our sale tomorrow, I can just not advance a day, just load up all the stuff. What I will want to do is for you... We switched all those to storing. Because if I do that, that'll pop them out. And then I can go back to distributing once we do our sale. Alright. So this is our farms over here on the right. And then with that, we will do our sale of kimchi and lumber tomorrow. And then the day after that, we will do all of our greenhouse goods. Okay. Okay, make sure there's no new sales. Nope. Alright, so let's go ahead and run back to the house. We'll advance time. And then with the time being advanced, we'll want to load up all the kimchi we can. And all the lumber we can. To sell those. And once we get all that sold, we can load up everything again to get it ready for the other sale. I'm expecting tomorrow, like January sale, to be multiple trips. Because we are looking at a lot of products to be moved. So I'll load it up pretty heavy, but I will be expecting it to not be a one and done. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this out of the way over here. Any good sales today? I mean, that'd be lovely if I had like the biggest tractor in the game, but 580 horsepower is well outside my capabilities. Otherwise, everything else there I don't have an immediate need for. Okay, so let's start with the lumber. And that's going to go to the temple as its next stop. That's not really what I was hoping for. That's fine. I'm not looking for this to be precise. I'll have a decent amount of kimchi, but I don't think I'm going to have, like, a super full load of kimchi on this one. Alright, there's the next load of wood. Okay. That one box being at such a slant is actually kind of pretty bad. That's okay, we can correct it. And I've got even more lumber products popping out. I may have underestimated how much stuff I had in there, but that's okay. That just means I'm making more money than I expected. Cool. Let's grab, first of all, lock you in place. Grab the next set. That's probably going to be it for what's in there. More long planks. Nope. There's still more in there. I mean, heck, I think we're looking at a full load of lumber first and then doing the other stuff. Really kind of depends on how much kimchi I have. We'll check. If it's not a huge number, I'll do it all in one trip. But if it's like a good 8 or 9 boxes or something, then I think this is going to be one of those ones that we do. What has happened to you right now? Cool. And grab you. That product's definitely still good, don't worry about it. More long planks. Excellent. Well, I guess we're good in those. Okay, so how much kimchi do I still have in there? Kimchi-wise, I have 4 inside, and I think 3 outside. I think we're at that point that's a 2-tripper. So we do have all the logs. So let's go drop these off the temple. That'll top off the temple. Give us a decent amount of income, because it's 2 pallets of wood beams, 3 pallets of planks, 2 pallets of long planks. So get those. Then we can load up the 7, I believe, pallets of kimchi I saw, which will take care of that. And then we'll start loading up what we can from, the greenhouse and all the other places to just get it all ready for sale. Stream will probably go just a smidge long, because I do want to get all these sales done and just kind of see how much money we made. I recovered, don't worry about it. And the return trip, we can go ahead and reconfigure to take that tailgate off. Okay. Alright, so that should give me enough for... I've lost track. We're on phase 13 or something. I don't know. I've long since lost track of this temple. We're pretty far along. Because we're entering year 6, I believe. And from what I was told, the people who like rushed it, it took them 8 years. We only missed a couple years of it progressing, so, or not years, a couple months of it progressing. So we should be just a smidge behind. And the more and more we skip out on doing contracts and just worrying about our own stuff, the faster we progress time, the faster this gets done. Then the last thing to worry about is going to be trying to hit that $1 million to get that last key. Because that's the reason we're doing these objectives, is I've got another 3 seeded keys for the game on the line that if I do those objectives, I can get keys for everyone. There's a delay that just dare drops, that's how it works. They set objectives, and I say, I would like to do that objective. And then if I do that, there's some reward I can give to the community. So finishing the temple is 2 keys to the game and its DLC, and I believe the $1 million is 1 key. Which makes sense. There's ways you could cheese your way to that $1 million relatively quickly. And I did say if it came down to it, for the $1 million, if they came out the Survival Man challenge kind of map for me that I liked, I would just cheese it with like the solar panels or whatever really fast to get it knocked down. That'd be after the temple. At this point, we've done enough of the temple. I'll finish temple. Cool. So that basically put us back to all the money we lost yesterday by doing the temple stuff. And that should give us more than enough supplies to finish this stage of the temple out. So now we run back, we get all our kimchi, and we'll sell that wherever it sells the best, which will either be the farmer's market or the restaurant. And then once we've sold that, we'll load everything up that we can. Do not forget the tailgate. Thank you, because I absolutely would have. So we take the road to the right. That takes the wide route. That'll take me right by the shop. We can reconfigure, get rid of the tailgate to make it just easier to load stuff up. Like, it wouldn't be bad if the tailgate just... Come on, we can still save it. Okay. Wouldn't be bad if the tailgate just worked as you thought. You could, like, wipe stuff off. But, like, for whatever reason, the forks get stuck on it, like there's a catch to it. And because I can't just, you know, take the pallet, slide it off on the tailgate. So I'll get rid of the tailgate, be done with it. Okay, so here's where we stop by to adjust, customize, all that kind of goodness. Customize. Oh, right. You put down the side things. So the other side guards left and right, but then you could like fold them down kind of thing. So customize, yes, doesn't cost me anything, okay. There we go. So now it truly is just a flatbed. We can rush down back to our farm. That should help a little bit for putting a bunch of stuff on here. We'll go park by the kimchi to try and get that load up faster versus driving it back and forth. And that should be good. Because I want to say it was only 7 things. The big thing I gotta watch is if we get any of the rice rolls out before I get my 7 kimchi, which is a very strong possibility, that I want to just sit those down on the ground and not grab them. Those are for tomorrow. Alright, so kimchi is down over here. So let's not sit it where it's all at a weird angle. Oh, everywhere's at a weird angle. That is how hills work. It's fine. There we go. There's 2 things of kimchi. Okay, so those are rice rolls. We don't want to grab those today. Those are tomorrow crops, or tomorrow goods. So go ahead and grab you. And you, and you. So we don't need you today. You sit over here for a minute. You're in timeout. There's more kimchi. Take just a second to lock those in because we're at a weird angle. Same deal, we got more rice rolls. Let's just get that out of the way. Alright, because that should be one more thing of kimchi in there if I'm not mistaken. Alright. There might be an eighth if it's gotten processed in the time it's taking me to do all this. Because you can block the spawn points of the pallet to keep productivity on storing until the best prices. Then tell it to sell. Yes, the only catch with that is they do take a cut when you sell directly from the production facility as opposed to shipping it yourself. So you do lose a little bit of your potential profit. It's actually not really that little either. So just be aware if you do sell directly from the building, you do not get full price. The idea being that you've effectively paid someone to do it for you. Okay, so that's the 7. So let's check where we got the kimchi at its best price right now. So right now we have the Gold Coast thing. I'm gonna drop it off at the farmer's market anyway. It's not technically the best price, but it'll be easier for me to get to in a hurry. So I'm only gonna lose for like this whole thing like 20 bucks doing it that way. So I got 7,000 liters of kimchi. Alright. Here's heading to town, and then that'll be a pretty good payday for all that. And for the record, in this run we have hopped back and forth between just selling directly from it and not. It was basically once I had my stuff well set up that I could deliver things easily that I switched to not have it automatically sell. Alright, so there's an extra 5,500 for the kimchi. Let's bring that home. And now we can start loading up mushrooms and all sorts of stuff on here. Load up the rolls, everything like that. Get it all on here. Because all that'll be sold tomorrow. Then we're going to sell those at the farmer's market, because the farmer's market actually has graphics for, as you sell the goods, it does load up the farmer's market stuff. So it'd be kind of cool to have the farmer's market basically fully loaded with all the different goods we can get in there. Yeah, that's right. Though that said, we probably won't have cabbage in there because we've been using all of it. But that's okay. We'll have everything else. But yeah, and this is why a lot of people will get autoloader mod when it's available. Is so you've noticed me doing all the forklift stuff. A lot of people just pull up next to it, hit the buttons, and it'll just teleport the items onto the back. I've used in the past. Usually I don't run it for a long time, but once the production lines start to really escalate, there's definitely a point where you're like, look, man, I'm not looking to play Forklift Simulator. Like, this is getting in the way of my farming. Let's actually put it up here. Because while I'm going to have to bring the rolls up here. The mushrooms over there in the greenhouse back there. So let's grab all those rolls and everything. We're not selling those today. But I can load them up today. It's fine. That's not in any way degrading the quality of the product. Okay, I think we prioritize the mushrooms over the veggie green or the fruits and veggies greenhouse, just because the mushrooms are getting pretty full the last time I looked at them. So it'd be good to make sure that doesn't stop production. It's not all how I wanted it to go. There we go. So we got 5,000 liters of rice rolls. We should have more being made that probably won't make it this, this sale, but that's fine. First, just because I'm gonna shove this real fast. Oh, just here, we'll put it right in the end. Cool. Grab the one that I knocked away. And I can start grabbing the mushrooms and topping them up here. So lock all these in. Then grab the mushrooms. Hey, Penny Meowie, how's it going? Here, let me go ahead and get you a shout out. It's all the rice. Exactly. The appropriate amount of rice. So shout out. That's not the @ symbol. Penny Meowie. For those who don't know Penny Meowie, another fantastic content creator. Definitely been playing Farm Simulator 25 as well. So definitely someone I recommend checking out. Good times to be having over there. I've definitely hung out over there after some of our streams lately, enjoying that content. So the best part is they also tend to stream right around the time I start wrapping up too. So you can usually catch them, you know, like after my stream, just pop right over there and they're usually streaming. So good times. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Also, it's looking like that's slightly... Let's see, you've been fixated with this game. You've been playing it even off stream. Excellent. I'm waiting for the Survivor-styled maps where there's like... There's only the one building to buy stuff and sell stuff on the map when you start. Because then I'm going to do a whole bunch of stuff with that. Alright, so we got some Enoki mushrooms. Chuck those on here. I have no idea how many mushroom boxes I've got, but we're just going to keep putting stuff on here till there's either no reasonable room to put them on, or we do have them all here. Okay, so I've got you. Let's get you loaded up. I know it's a good game. It is definitely one of those games that you play and you're like... There's a feeling of accomplishment in it, is the way I'll phrase it. Like, every little bit of progression just feels good. Is your game of the year? That's a real big send. Definitely up there for me. I actually don't know what I would consider my game of the year this year. It's definitely in the be running, certainly. That's close enough, we'll get it. I'm just trying to think, because it's one of those things that, like, the years blend together. It's like, was that this year? Was that last year? I'm not thinking of something I'd say would be higher. I just usually don't think about that kind of stuff. I know the last year would have been Coral Island. Goodbye, box. I'll get you in a moment. You know, Factorio. Ah, Factorio's definitely a contender there. Yeah, you're not wrong. I might give it to Factorio's DLC. This would definitely be in the top 3, though. Because the Factorio DLC was definitely really good. That said, I do think I will ultimately get more playtime out of this. Which is saying something, considering how much of a time vampire Factorio can be. It's just like Factorial is one of those games that if you're not in the mood for that level of like figuring stuff out, then that's the whole thing. You're waiting for Factorio to go on sale? Oh yeah, no, I definitely recommend Factorio. It is one of those things. So historically, Factorio gets backseated really hard on Twitch. Like it's like in the top 1 or 2. Yeah, no, I don't think I've seen Factorio go on sale before. I feel like those games deserve a little bit of backseating. Yeah, a little's fine, but it gets pretty over the top. That said, I happen to have like a pretty good time this time. The first time I played on stream, it definitely was once like this is completely out of hand. They've kind of said Factorio will never go on sale. Gotcha. That's good to know. I mean, to be fair, I can respect that approach, where instead of a game being like, oh, maybe you charge a little bit more than you're aiming to get from it, but then you know people buy it on sale. Instead, you just go, this is what it's worth. And just kind of call it. Because I definitely know I hated a lot of those gimmicks when I worked retail about a whole bunch of juggling on the sales and all that, and it's just like, you're aiming to sell it on the sale price. I can respect that. Get those locked in. Let's see, Factorio is a game that you need to take 2 weeks off work to play properly. No way you could fit having to concentrate on small bouts of free time you have after work. Yeah, no, I don't... Like I said, I don't think I've ever seen it go on sale, and Burn & Sun is, like, really very much in the Factorio knowledge base kind of thing, so if Burn & Sun says it doesn't go on sale, you could probably take that just about as gospel. Not unless the devs have, like, some massive change of heart. Well, come on. Yeah, there is a free tutorial you can play. That's basically the introduction to the game, so far as your first little bit. There we go. Alright, so I was gonna say would start with the mushrooms and then load up the greenhouse goods from the other greenhouse. Let's amend that and just say, by the time I get these mushrooms loaded, we'll be worrying about the rest of the greenhouse goods later, because it's getting full. But that's a really good problem to have. It's a really good problem to say, hey, what if we just had too much product? And every time I turn around expecting this to not have more, it has more. Oh yeah, I've really been enjoying having the free demos. My only complaint that has become a trend as the free demos have gotten better is the whole... where they'll present you a key that looks like it's the full game, but it's really just the demo. That one kind of irks me. And then the ones where it'll be like a separate SKU, but it's the quote-unquote prologue version of the game, i.e. the free demo. And a lot of times the communication's really not clear. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I get why they do it. There's things with Steam and the reviews and all that that really kind of punishes you, where people get the demo and then they review your game based on the demo, and a lot of time you're not going to put nearly as much effort into maintaining your demo as the actual game, and yada yada yada. And so all of those end up biting you in the butt just because of the way Steam works. So I understand why it is, but it still annoys me. It's one of the reasons I don't give out more just random keys from stuff that I know I'm not going to play, is because I'd feel terrible if I gave out a key thing as giving someone the full game version, only find out it was like one of those ones where they don't really make it clear that's a demo. Or again, prologue. See if I can slip this on the back of the tail, back of the here. It's a little tenuous, I don't know if it'll stay, but we'll try it. Doesn't help if I keep angling it wrong, but that's alright. That's fine. I managed to put it just right that it's kind of stuck over there. We can just grab it with the fork by tipping it over. Just put it on top. I was trying to make sure I have room to add more, and if I could have gotten that to stay there. Alright. We could have got it to stay that way. Well, that's fine. The customers won't mind a little extra bruising on their mushrooms. And a big harpoon through the side with the forklift spot. There we go. Okay, we can just go over here. Set you down there. Cool. Go strap all that in so it doesn't move. I have so many mushrooms. But we don't sell those today. Those get sold tomorrow. I just want to load it up so that this can keep running. Oh good, it's finally not putting out more mushrooms. We have hit the end of the mushroom. Okay. I don't know why they're parked way up there, but I'm not going to complain. We're at maximum height. Come on. It's right there. I was hoping I could just nudge it just a little bit over. Okay, so I can get this on the other side. That'll work for these two. I could probably put one in front of the green one on that side. Then we're going to have to go back to trying to wedge that one in the back. And unfortunately, all of these boxes are too heavy for me to pick up by hand, so I can't easily adjust them manually. Oop, oop, straighten out those wheels. And I saw that tipping out. We gotta watch. I got like one or two unfastens if I'm quick before that whole stack just falls out the side of the vehicle. Luckily, I should be able to do this in just one more. Oh, actually, I might be able to get both those on the front. Not like that, I won't. There's a little bit of elevation to the road that makes so I can't quite get the forklift under there easy. Let's see if I can drop. You can drive forklift truck in real life, do you? I have a long time ago. A very long time ago. But again, this is a video game, so who cares? So I hear crying. I mean, to be fair, we're dealing with some pretty cursed stuff. Like, this is definitely a point where someone would be like, hey, stop, like, it's full, stop stacking. But hear me out, I don't want to take 2 trips. I mean, I'm taking 2 trips anyways. Don't tip, there you go, you're good, you're good, you're good. Alright, so we have 10,000 liters of Anaki mushrooms, 5,000 liters of oyster mushrooms, 5,000 liters of rice rolls, that are all due to be sold tomorrow. We can go to all of this. Yeah, so we're basically fully emptied out on that side. We still have a lot of rice and all that to go. We probably won't get another thing of mushrooms out today. Are they contracts I can not live without? No. Any sales that we're missing? Nope. Alright, so let's advance our day to tomorrow and get our big mushy mush sale and then our big greenhouse sale and see where we're at with that. Okay. Any amazing sales? I mean, that's actually a pretty decent transporter, but no. And the contracts are all going to be pretty garbage. I mean, that's a good contract, but I'm not going to worry about it. But the important thing is, it's time to sell the mushy mush. And if we look at what we've got here, well, I already know I'm selling it to the farmer's market. I mean, yeah, it's the rice rolls. I mean, it's actually worth a decent amount more at the restaurants. Fine, I'll sell it at the restaurant for all the extra cash. I wanted to sell it at the farmer's market so I could see it. But then the restaurant was like, but hear me out, money. So there's the restaurant. That's not the button I wanted, but it is the button I hit. Alright, now I get to do the spicy road up the restaurant. Also, did the transport 33 logs when they were stacked neatly. Saved just before the delivery when you load the logs. They were in perpetual disarray, had to repeat from scratch. Yeah, weird stuff can happen. Alright, so we have a very large volume. Wait, were there more mushrooms? Hold, please. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There was one more thing of mushrooms. So let's load up the last mushroom. And this is where, yeah, where like Jenga goes downhill. And we're good. And you were all worried. I kept the forklift there. No specific reason. I am not anticipating having problems delivering this. I'm like barely doing anything. This thing's wobbling everywhere. Our center of gravity is definitely not where it needs to be. All right. This is honestly the amount that you start getting a flatbed truck, like a semi-trailer type truck, loaded up, and even that has a risk of flipping. Let alone stacked like twice the height of the cabin of the truck high. Come on, they're mushrooms. They're light, right? right? They shouldn't be that heavy. I put the really dense rice rolls at the bottom. Did my marker for the restaurant disappear? I mean, I know it's up that way. The real scary thing is to be driving this up the roads. Nope. Can we recover? Nah, that's the reason I kept you right here. Yeah, no, we knew that was probably coming. To say that thing's a little bit top-heavy is grossly understating it. There was a reason I kept the forklift on standby. And now as we tip over the forklift. The good news is actually you can stand up a tractor by itself most of the time pretty easy. Some tractors are problematic. And also if I have to reset this vehicle, who cares? I'm not resetting that truck though. Not with all those goods on it, I'm not resetting it. You started working in Ally Forge this year? And oh my god, titanium weighs so much. That's considered a relatively light metal. I remember dealing with like hardened steel and all that, and just you can see a box like this big and how much does that weigh? Oh, it's like 200 pounds. You're like, oh, that's the reason I can't move the tiny, tiny cardboard box. Excuse me? Is the magnesium parts too? I have no idea about magnesium. We always did all of our stuff. We had a little bit of titanium that we did in the machine shop. It was mostly, though, aluminum and steel because we did prototyping. Versus titanium at its cost and all that. That's leaning a lot more into this is the final version. That's it. Not that we didn't make anything production stuff. We did motorcycle frames we made production, but those were steel. Alright, here's where I really don't want to roll it. Huh, there's all the sign that are like no through, no trucks. I didn't notice that the last time. It's fine. Hey man, you want these mushrooms. There's only one way they're getting there. And that's by driving through the middle of your neighborhood. It's not my fault you built the restaurant on the top of the hill. You could have built it at the bottom where it'd be easier for me, but no, you wanted a view. Oh, I hate this turn. Okay, we're fine. I started watching it tip and I was like, there's nothing I can do. I'm in a turn. Oh yeah, no need to go into aerospace and like into any specifics about your job. Don't dock yourself. Like we did some military stuff, but that wasn't like the main thing. We did a lot of stuff. Consumer, military, all that. Whoever needed whatever prototyped. And money. 17,000. Yep. Oh yeah. Now, if you're doing like Department of Defense or anything, yeah, you don't mess around with that. Drive up this way, take the wider road. Okay, and with that, that is 17,000 we got from our mushrooms, as well as some of the rice rolls. You might be going, man, that rice didn't make that much money for you. That was not quite half of the rice. The rest is still in there making rice rolls for next year. Yeah, no, mine was not good money when I worked the Department of Defense stuff. But that was more of the way the people ran the company, that thing to do with contracts or whatever. Okay, so now I gotta load up all the greenhouse stuff. And then we'll see where that sells the best. But yeah, so it's a shame, like, you look at how much you get from the contracts sometimes, and you can just see, okay, I ran that greenhouse the whole year and all that, plus our rice, and then some of the contracts just pay you more. Once you had a couple layers of production line, it'll go... Honey, it's passive. Oh, the honey is so little income, though. Like, don't get me wrong, it's money that you literally do nothing. You just gotta pick up the pallet. It's just, it makes so little per year. Cheap to set up to? I don't know about this one, but I do know I did the testing in Farm Sim 22. And it was something like 10 years for you to build a beehive and for it to pay for itself. The lizard one? Yeah, I have no idea. Like, and that's not counting, like, the bonus to canola and everything it gives. That's just buy bees, sell honey. Like, it's just the honey was just not very valuable. But like you said, you build it and there's, like, no cost to it. But yeah, versus like, if you actually want to cheese it, you just toss down solar panels. That's just all you do, is you toss down solar panels. Once you build it, every month you get N number of dollars. You want more, you just build another solar panel, and you get N number of dollars. And you keep repeating it till you have, you know, basically limitless money. Alright, start getting our greenhouse goods. It looks like I might also have 2 more things of the rice rolls. You found grass is just broken? Oh yeah, no, like silage used to be absolutely absurd money. It's still really good money. From what I understand, they did reduce the amount it's worth, but it's still one of those things that is just really good money in the game. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Just more and more boxes. All right. So there's the first stack of boxes. This game lacks transportation truck options, 0 flatbeds, or medium-sized truck. Is this not a medium-sized truck? You can get flatbed like there literally is a if you look here, the semi-trailers. Where are you? There's one of these. I think it's that one. I think you can customize. No, there's one of these you could change. There's one of these you could change to be like a flatbed. Where are you? I think it's in its own category. Yeah, flatbed trailers. So you actually do have flatbed, like full semi-trailers. And then this would be your medium-sized truck, big box truck. Because you also have like your little pickup trucks too. Yeah, so you get options. It's definitely one of those things I might want to consider in not too long is getting the semi-front and then the flatbed. Nah, I knew that was going to happen sooner or later. That's fine. This will still work. Yes, I actually do have a pretty good variety of trucks. Now, granted, I could see wanting, like, a box truck like this, but a longer box truck, as it were. So let's nudge that on so they're about even. Didn't really do a whole lot, but that's fine. We'll live with it. This truck is not very stable. It's a bit top heavy. Oh man, there's so many. I keep thinking it's like, all right, pretty soon we're gonna hit the end of all of the crates here, and I'll be able to see what I'm in for. But I keep just having more and more and more pop out. Okay, so let's not grab the shorter boxes. Let's keep doing the same size pallets until we're out of those. Just because it'll make it easier to like stack all this stuff. If we start getting to the point where we're mixing and matching, that's gonna get real wild. We might be looking at more than one trip worth of greenhouse goods here. All right, there's another one. Yeah, no, I've been noticing that as well. I'm like, holy crap, this is taking longer than I gave it credit for. It might be one of those ones, if it looks like it's going to be multiple loads, I might call it, and this will be what we start the next one with. Because I do got a doctor's appointment tomorrow that's not particularly late in the day, so... It's not when I gotta wake up at the... like, the absolute butt crack of dawn or something. But it's earlier than I normally wake up. Not by a lot. It'd be cool with the option to distribute to storage. Maybe I have to check it out. It would be nice if you could have it distribute to your warehouse and then just do everything from your warehouse? I don't think you can. I think it'll only distribute to places that specifically are asking for whatever that material is. But I haven't checked in the new version. Maybe they've advanced that. You're not quite lined up. There you go. They keep coming, boss. They keep coming. They do. Yeah, because that's as high as I can stack. The forklift don't go higher. That's it. That's the max height right there. So I get these last two on there, and then we're limited by forklift elevation capabilities. Technically, we're not. There would be ways I could work around it to get a little bit more on. But it's just one of those things that's just not worth anymore. But you've reached a point. They fill it right back in. Alright. Yes, this is gonna be... Is there a way to automate this? Or could you always play forklift? So you can tell it to just directly sell. It'll sell at whatever time the items arrive, so it'll sell it at well below the maximum price you can get for it. Also, the AI will take a cut of everything. All right. Well, before we do that, let's check on the temple before we start wrapping up, because I have come to accept this is gonna take longer than I planned. So we do have the wood beams out, so what I'm going to actually do is speed up just long enough to see the step finish. Alright, so it'd be more wood planks and wood beams. So if we run up here, what got built with that step? Because we've been building this temple for a while now. So we've got that building fully built, that building over there in the distance fully built. We'll take a good peek at it. We've got the frame of this building built. And then I'm going to guess we'll have like one or two more of those. But yeah, so what is going to happen, chat, is I need to wrap up. It's looking like that's going to still take me another like 45 minutes to an hour to get all that loaded up and done. And I cannot stay up that late. So what's going to end up happening here is if you're watching over here on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have things set up to raid over there. So don't forget to subscribe, like, all that stuff over on the YouTube and all that kind of stuff. So thank you so much for tuning in over there. If you are over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is put up the ending stream screen, and we're